Good morning! Good morning, you're the first to rise this cycle. You recover well from fadage. It's because Ultra Ogomari told me to sleep early. Concerning that matter, Yuki, I have a message for you from Father Kotsumini. I would normally not have taken your feelings into account and merely delivered the message as it is. No, there's no need to speak of my sentimentality. Here I'll speak only the facts. Dear JP-rKyECtnz, this may be sudden to you, however, we have decided to part ways here. The memories of my lady have yet to return, and she herself is uncertain of who she is. I'm sick and tired of these thick-headed dinos, these frail earthlings, and the suffocating heat of Mictlan. Was what she said. We shall be departing this Lostbelt tonight. It's unfortunate that we cannot present for your showdown against Deepit. However, I'm merely a butler. I shall respect the decision my lady has made. And I shall pray for your good fortune from Father Kotsumini as a counselor of lost lambs. That was the message. So they are already gone. Yes, and one more thing. The priest has asked me to hand this to you. An etching on a wooden board is this written in Japanese. It appears Ultra Ogomari wrote this. I see, so Ultra Ogomari and Rasputin have left. I also confirmed that the signal Ultra Ogomari, the alien gun, has vanished. You can only track her signal halfway through. It appears she headed for the surface, towards the first layer. I suppose we should assume her memories have yet returned, judging by the facts that she has not attacked us. She was hostile to me, but as a rival rather than an enemy. If anything, it feels as though she liked us, especially Yuki and Mash. And yet she disappeared without so much as a farewell. Could that mean? Is it because of our half-baked approach? I too have such experience, or more like that. Experience is all I got. I've always been the only one out of place within my social circle. And that hurts like a bed of thorns, and most importantly, this is a majestic pride of mine. I cannot withstand such a reality. Rasputin must have put her up to this, though I didn't urge him to do so. I can't say anything after seeing those two look like so down. Now perhaps I have my own expectation too. For you, Ogomari, who looks identical to Ogomari, to join JP-rKyECtnz. It's also unfortunate for me because that person, despite being the alien gun, was far too fascinating and far too vulnerable. If we were able to exploit such vulnerabilities, we could have been able to analyze just what the alien god is. We have no idea why she manifests in the form of JP-rKyECtnz's previous director, or with a beast saint graph. We could have gotten into the bottom of this riddle. Come now, chins up. We didn't sustain any damage. There's no reason to feel down. We may have lost our chance to discern it. However, the good news is that she has yet to recover her memories. After all, this is our chance to prevent the alien god and orb from fusing. Indeed, I know this may sound heartless of me, but this discussion is over. Our cooperation with Ogomari has ended, it has been decided we shall be returning to our former adversarial relationship. Am I clear, Mashiki? But there's still a possibility that their disappearance is temporary and they will be returning. Yes, I will not deny that possibility. Be sure to stay on full alert should you encounter her in the future. Having said that, should our target seek dialogue with no intention of initiating hostilities, I will not enforce a preemptive attack. Should that happen, I will defer to your judgment. Am I understood? Repeat it to me. Thank you, Captain. I don't want your thank. I want you to repeat it one more to me. There is no reason for you to be thankful in the first place. But also Ultra Ogomari. Perhaps the Marines may have fewer special skills compared to the other series, but they are far superior to me when it comes to judging a person. Well then, that took up quite a bit of time, but let's begin the Cadia staff briefing. Firstly, let's go over our objectives again. They are, as mentioned earlier, primarily to impersonate the alien god and prevent her fusion with Ort. Secondary to that is the pruning of the South American Lostbelt and capture the final Cryptor David. Or that how it should have been. At present, two unexpected factors have necessitated changes to our plans. Due to her amnesia, the alien god has no intention of fusing with Ort. Whereas the Cryptor David and his servant, Tezcatlipoca, are attempting to make use of Ort. Is it true that you saw scenery from the future at Mexico City? If it is indeed true, then what should we do? Firstly, we will need to take that into account. The collapse of Mictlan and the Earth, as reported by Yuki. However, no visual records of this are present in the ordinance. It's not that this was not recorded, but that part of the footage is lost. Which is why we have little choice but to trust the testimonies of the field teams who were present at the site. Did the Earth truly shatter? It's not just some illusion or trumpet away. Mystically so. I don't believe it. I mean, I do believe your testimony. What I don't believe is how nuts David is. He serves the alien god, does he not? The alien god's objective is to dominate the Earth. There'd be nothing left to dominate if the Earth were destroyed. Koensuke, what is David Semvoy plotting? You once sided with the Cryptors, even if not too closely. You ought to know at least something, don't you? Smidgen. And not just me, that person was a complete Enjima, even for the apostle of the alien god. Prior to incarnating as Ultra Ogomari on Earth, Krishtaria was the sole focus of the alien god's attention. The other characters were considered insignificant, however. Now that you mention it, it does feel like the alien god ignored David, or rather, he was never factored into the plan. He was neither ordered nor coerced. He wasn't even told that he was insignificant. That's not an attitude you take towards your subordinate, on the contrary. Indeed, it's an attitude you take towards someone who's your equal, or perhaps even above you. I had a pact of non-aggression with the alien god, so I was able to act with impunity. However, the alien god had no leverage over David. Could be that David was from the very beginning not even a character. Not a character from the beginning? You mean to say he wasn't one of Krishtaria's comrades? I see. Wood Dime's records I saw on Olympus. So that's what it was all about. Here late, David is a member of the A team. That would never change. But our position were definitely different. He was the alien god No.7. The very term character itself was something I heard when I was resuscitated in the coffin. Ophelia, Okta, Barrow, and I had never heard the term before, but David seemed like he knew. Back then I figured it was some kind of blood pact to rebel against the human order, but I was wrong. Your cryptors. The alien god was the one who decreed that to Wulan. So the term itself was not Krishtara's Wulan's idea. Then what qualifies one as a cryptor? I assume being a part of the A-team is not... What is it then? I can't say with certainty we heard the term cryptor when the alien god reincited us. And that reincitation came with a price. The price is to resolve the human order incineration incident. Within the confines of the coffin, do what Yuki and Mash achieved it. The alien god promised it to reincite us if we proved ourselves capable of resolving the human order incineration incident. But we couldn't do it. I couldn't, Ophelia couldn't, and the other members couldn't either. We were corpsed in a coffin. I couldn't even make it past the first singularity. But Wulan took it all upon himself. He personally resolved each of our shares of the human order incineration. Once we reinstated it, he didn't say so much as a word to us. He shared with us only equal conditions and chances as cryptors. That is right. It does sound like something Krishtara would do. I understand how you feel, Kadok. It's fine, I calmed down. Wulan wouldn't like it if you were to offer us your sympathies. But within our resuscitation records, there wasn't a single mention of David. I'm just speculating here, but in all likelihood, David brought himself back to life. The feat was required for resuscitation was to resolve the human order incineration. He must have cleared it all on his own. Even the alien god would be bewildered. The minimum lifeline the alien god reproduced within the confines of the coffin was Chaldea's heroic spirit summoning, but David didn't even make use of that. It may have just been a simulation, but even so, he resolved the human order incineration without use of a single servant. Without using the power of the servants of heroic spirits. What the hell? That makes him a super master. Is he mocking us, or was this a show of power? Resolving the human order incineration without summoning a single serpent. Would that mean he's better than Yuki? Am I wrong? No, that's not the point. This was in Wulan's records. There is something missing about David Semvoid. The way he thinks and acts is different from how mankind does, and always was. I see, in which case he would have no choice but to resolve it on his own. In other words, he is. Yes, he is not human. He is not part of the human order, which is why he couldn't summon a servant. Stop scaring us with the perfect timing. What's the matter, summon liar? Outside. Something's happening outside. Unknown creatures are running amok. The dinos are screaming and running. Shouldn't we put the briefing on hold? Yuki Mash. Leave it to us. Great habitat, if you will. Got it. Leave it to me. It's either some carnivorous insects or okulimi. I'll get rid of them in no time. Where's Reikosaka? $16 left. Nine more left.
時代よ、野心を照らせ。同じ視点は得られずとも、共に生きる同胞なれば、我恐怖の火をも倒さん。化粧のウルトラパンチ、ガードします。あ、これ無理です。いい風です。後輩抑えるではいらしまぶし空想空言、千に伝る道を示す。仰ぎなさい、星を覆う天外を。熱し、薄ま、温めましょう。静かにちぎれます。満足です。つい指も踊りました。
Come on, come on. The bat has come. The shadow of death is upon us. The sun's still up, yet he came without waiting for the dark. Run, run. He'll suck your blood dry. He'll turn you into a shambling corpse. Second wave of hostile approaching from the rainforest. There's more of their master. Judging from these footsteps, we got a big one coming. They're mindless dinos. Be careful. We don't have the president or cuckoo clan on hand right now. We have to summon someone keep up breaking through the barriers surrounding dinos. Even a mystic code would do. Fortuners.
Megami mode 降臨。たっぷり性能を披露するといたしましょう。食らい尽くしてくどうぞごゆっくり。お参りしていきます。まっすぐに容赦なく。いい風ですね。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。シェルタ眠って。はい。太陽は死せり、大星は来たる。ことほぐがよい。大地の流血をもつ我は泉。流れ星、落下流水。落石注意。
Another revive.
平らげてもらいました。水気が足りませんね。怒りすぎますね。 元素増設完了。この星の上にいる限り隠れることはできません。みんな地球はきれいね。ウルトラパーウルトラキー耐久力で勝負します。私自らが出てみましたが、信者たちを使わないというのは神として物足ります。
They turn into dust and vanish. I thought so too. It felt like the loss of intellect occurred not because of the pain or poison, but some other factor. Phew! I never thought I would encounter a monster of that nature in the Lostbelt. Nope. Beating around the bush. That was a vampire. That dino must have gotten its blood sucked by the blood-sucking monster, and ended up the same way. The first wave of those shambling corpses must have been ghouls, lower tier familiars. While they may lack sentience, these are monsters that instantly seek blood even as corpse, once the blood is of a mortal has administered to them. This enemy is one fortune to us, no matter how you slice it, and one we never encountered before. Just David, Samvoid, and Tsukawa poke are enough of a headache. And now a new threat appeared targeting Chaldea. It is not new, that was Kamazot's. That was the dinos were saying. Kamazot's, one of the dark gods of Shibala from Mayan mythology, spoken a Popol Vuh, you mean? Now that you mentioned, Yuki's report did include such a description. Is that really the case? Did you not mishear something? Or otherwise mistaken? While it is true that Kamazot is a monster who reaps the heads of the living and sucks their blood, there is no mention of him having lordship over the dead. This is very bad. This is the utmost importance, Shion and Vinci. We dinos fear Kamazot more than we fear the night. Whenever Kamazot appears, we dinos are all huddled up in our homes. What I mean is, yeah, we are not getting any help repairing the border. The repairs are going to Seoul. Well, we were planning on repairing it ourselves in the first place, so we're back to square one though, although I get you, horribly disappointing. I'll say, we're not getting any repairs done now, without all those dinos. Speaking of which, I made so much cornbread today, too. It is simple, we killed the Batman. He's an exclusively villainous bat who's using Master's Yuki command spell without consent. Battle between us was inevitable from the start, so I have no objections to this engagement. As long as there is no time to plan. Yeah, Mash, you have every right to be furious, but one more thing. So TB, you knew about Kamazot's, the first underworld, wasn't your first encounter with him. It was the first time I saw him in the flesh. Kamazot's the only life form in Mictlan who we dinos are inferior to, which is why he is feared. I just so happen to be one of the dinos who doesn't feel that way, so my first impression amounted to was, oh, it's him. So the dinos are the only ones who fear him. In which case we're up. Sir paid the dinos for helping out with the repairs. Yuki Mash, go beat the snot out of him. You too. You go too, Coins, Kaya. Oh, why me? I have no other motives here. I was definitely not thinking this beauty's dallying around while eating our food. She ought to learn a thing or two from the dinos. Absolutely not, you put in some good work. Alrighty then, I'll accompany you too. I know the directions those ghouls come from. It was from the Sea of the Trees, northwest from our position. Around where Yuki and others went to fetch some food a while back. Could you elaborate? Because I feel a little uneasy, I'll be accompanying you. Kawasa's likely dwells in the ancient ruins of Ken. It is a sinister land. I like to do all I can to ensure no danger befalls you this time. What do you mean by this time? Did something happen in the ruins? No, I'm referring to the ruins of Ken. Just a slip of the tongue. We should hurry. Tipu. He was talking about what happened to Maroon, wasn't he? Are the ruins Ken that dangerous to a place? Ken is a city, no, a kingdom, that predates Chichen Itza. It said that dinos of the old constructed Chichen Itza in the image of Kennen. That's the first I've heard of it. Did the kingdom decline, or perhaps it changed its monarchs and relocated it to its current location? I'm not sure about that part. I wonder what manner of city Kennen was. What kind of lifestyle did the dinos lead there? Why did Kennen vanish? This happened a long time ago. There are no longer any dinos around. Who knows why it happened? The priests of Chichen Itza only speak of what happens after Chichen Itza was established. However, the disappearance of Kennen may be linked to the 4 extinctions, or so it goes. The 4th extinction? I told Father Tumini as much. That according to Kukulkan, the son of Mictlan went dormant once before. It said that a long night followed. The dinos closed their eyes, rested their bodies, and fell into a deep slumber. In your words, it would be a slumber lasting approximately 100,000 years ago. And when the sun returned, 1/10 of the dinos returned to the waking world. 110,000 years, and only 10% awoke. I can't believe a species that declined that much was able to sustain themselves. Oh wait, mankind also experienced such a miracle. 700,000 years ago, when mankind still inhabited West Africa, abnormal weather conditions caused the population to dwindle down to 2,000. Yet they overcame that crisis, migrated to various continents, and managed to reach our current heights, a prosperity at 7 billion. The way he phrased it, that just now implies that the dinos are able to enter self-induced suspended animation. It may be similar to tardigrade ability to survive in the outer space via cryptobiosis. No doubt about it, the dinos are clearly a neo-mankind designed by genetic engineering technology that doesn't exist in proper human history. We're nearly at the ruins of Ken. Watch your step. There's a massive fence around it. So these are the ruins of Kennen. Yes, there's something off about this place. Is something the matter, Konskaya? Nothing the matter, please don't mind me. I'm just being sentimental. That is all. More importantly, have it gone to the sky. Shouldn't you recognize that noisy flapping and laughter? Crew, you huddled together for your were weak. You built your walls and prospered. That's the definition of kingdom. And yet the weak remain weak. No matter how wise they may be, vain effort is an apt description indeed. Striped down to the veins, vestige of dreams long since forgotten. And all that's left for me is to laugh to scorn the tears of the weak, akin to the taste of the blue blood. It was well worth the wait, apes. It was well worth sending my familiars. Kamasalt is used to Inui, yet I do happen to be short-tempered. Be sure act fast. The dinos ought to learn from your example. That being said, it is not about how fast you are. How many servants? The woman with the shield, one with the child's collar, 2 the beast with the rabbit ears, 3. You will fight me, the lord of the underworld. With that, paltry sports. O Chaldean priest, you who have forgotten the savage valor you displayed in the underworld after tasting Tizicala venom. No way around it then. Let me hear your excuses. I'll hear your plea for why you disrespected me. But this isn't even an underworld border. Did you just say that Kamisama is not to be feared unless he's within an underworld border? Such hubris, such hubris, such hubris, such hubris, such hubris. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. I'll kill you for sure. Fine then. So that's how it is. You vex me to no end, but I do like that nerve of yours. For it is how a human ought to be. O priest of Chaldea, I find myself wanting to become you, even more now. I've grown interested in the art of summoning. This art is meeting fallen warriors again is fascinating. You seem to have recovered 2 of your command spells, but the remaining one belongs to the underworld border. In the 4th underworld, I shall take your head and rob you of your eyes and brain. Your viewpoint and wisdom will be mine. Such was my plan. But first I must correct your mistaken hubris that you can defeat me so long as we are not in the underworld. Time to quench my thirst. Fret not, only your next will need to remain. I love blood, but I dislike drinking twice from the same fount. And you're all the same in form and appearance. I can't tell the difference between Okalimi and servants, therefore I'll kill whoever I already sucked the blood from. So that they never stand before me again, so that I'll never drink the same blood twice. I shall welcome you, O immortal warriors of Canaan. It's time to increase your numbers. I remember the skill was so shit.
Nodo no kawakiを癒す時だ。なに、首だけ残っていればいい。ここでお前たちを歓迎しよう。不死なるカーンの戦士よ。その同胞を増やす時だ。
お前にしていきます。始めそうでしょ。ぎゅー、はい、もちろん。祭壇がないのならこうして自分で作るまでです。覚悟してくださいね。ククルカン本気パンチウルトラカーンドッカーンいきます。プロテクランチャー
That's infinite.
無駄ですよ、無駄ですよ、無駄ですよ。いい風ですね。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。太陽大上昇。まっすぐに容赦なく。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。火薬の火薬の匂い。得意分野です。あくまで華麗に。元素増設完了。この星の上にいる限り隠れることはできません。みんな地球はきれいにね。
Wait, what? How does this battle end? It's infinite. So I defeat 10 enemies. Oh crap.
無駄ですよ。樹海の命感じますか？もちろん。あくまで得意分野です。ウルトラパンチ。国家20もらいました。ガードします。この私が、もちろん。ビール分身からの分断。私の死んで、この私に平服せよ、崇拝せよ。ウルトラパンチ。動かないの。
After buffing so much.
はち切れそうでしょ。お参りしていきます。日の原に火薬の匂い。太陽最上昇。日の原に火薬の匂い。いいでしょう。全力あくまで華麗に。ジェイルが落ちて。樹海よ、羅針を照らせ。同じ視点は得られると共に生きる同胞なれば、我恐怖の火をも倒さん。国家無人。無駄で、あ、これ無理ですね。先生に愛を込めて。はい、魔法を聞く。ウルトラパンチ。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。全力出しちゃいます。得意分野です。樹海よ、羅針を照らせ。同じ視点は得られずとも共に生きる同胞なれば、我恐怖の火をも倒さん。なだれたウルトラパンチ。マスター、怒らない。樹海の息吹感じますね。機嫌がよ、大きく。はい。空想苦言、千の鎖、道を示す。仰ぎなさい、星を覆う天外を。なだれた
Great fight, servants! Reminiscent of the Dark Ages. Throughout my life, I drank blood of billion people, their souls, all unaware I would use this power to set their cadavers in motion. The souls of the warriors are in their skeleton. We can't get near Kamazos with these many skeletons in the way. Sky, I can't even snipe them. Not a chance. His human wall is a true iron-tight defense. This land is ideal for necromancy. After all, there are over 10,000 corpses buried under our feet. Fall back. Indeed, the dead don't need to be in the underworld to walk. My friends, the blood-linking cadaver and souls are beyond your notice. Shh. That dude is dumb, but he is skilled. We're completely surrounded with nowhere to escape. You must open a path to the forest. I can force us a few meters through, but not much further than that. Retreat is not a viable option at the moment, Master. Push forward and beat Kamazos. No, that is a bad idea. If we approach Kamazos, he can escape to the skies, and the skeletons will close tighter en masse. We need a decoy, someone large and sturdy, and hard to injure. Needless to say, I am the best choice. See you again soon, friends. I can hold out as long as the sun is up above, but I appreciate if you came to rescue me sooner rather than later. What? Tipu? That's the Dino's defense mentioned in the reports. It's like an electric magnetic armor. My little tigers will fire all the napalm I stock in. This should secure us a path into the forest. It won't last long, so do pick up the pace if you wish to survive. Senpai. And now we're retreating. I heard everything through the comms. Tipu is still in the enemy's territory. We're outnumbered, but trying to beat quantity with quality. We'll save Master Tipu. We have to. We must. But it is Kamazos. He is terrifying. My head says go, but my body can't stop shaking. Calm down, soccer raptors. No one will force you to fight if you can't. Make you use your quick legs and head to the altar. Send an SOS to Cuckoo-kan. She's ridiculous enough to take out hundreds, nay thousands of enemies in one kick. Our 7th brother already did that. He worded back to us that great Cuckoo-kan is nowhere to be found. That Lostbelt goddess just does whatever she wants. Then our time has come. Sky is at disadvantage against that unbreakable skeletons, and Captain can't leave the border, leaving us with Kadok Exemplis, an expert in anti-beast magecraft, a fighter mage used to the front lines. Shion Ultimate, all according to calculations. Socorus is an expert in alchemy, toast of the Atlas Institute. Gordov, music expert in tactics, and Teleco mage offering encouragement from the control room. And 4 people in Miniers, group that can do something useful. Maybe has Yuki finally called us to duty. I'm not a fighter. I can't use wires or land any combos. I heard everything. I see it's my time to shine. I see. I know this voice. No necromancer can possibly best me. And user zombies and skeletons are the lowest class of necromancers. Our Egyptian civil engineer came up with techniques to fix flesh in place and take people to the afterlife. For all the best fringe methods. I'll teach a lesson to this evil demon for thinking he's a first-class summoner. With such confidence, it's almost hard to believe she's a servant with 0 wins on her belt. It's excellent. Reclaim the face you lost in your defeat against Teolog Nitocris. I rather you didn't mention that. I can hear it. The voices of the dead reaches to me. Even an experienced necromancer can make this number of spirits possess their skeletons. Call 100 and at least one will be caught. Since they are just fighters, you must be thinking anyone works. But do we have any real chance? We do. That turkey we found living here. He had no ordinary cry. It was called for the dead and their spirits. I was strongly affected by it back then because my ears can hear the voices of the dead. Shame on me for not noticing immediately. I dismissed it as an overblown morning call. You always leave your spiritual sensitive channels wide open, so it must have been loud. It was, but experience brought this benefit down the line. I can clash magecraft that imitates the bird cry against this necromancer camouflage magecraft. Jamming his signal with the call of the deaf, he will need quite a lot of control to maintain his familiars. Which pairs of ears were you talking about? Hehe, be less blasphemous. All ears listen to sing. We made it, Cannon ruins. Where's Tipu? The Cannon Warrior swords cut deep. I was panicking, but not too hurt. We made it in time. Glorious, welcome back to the dance floor. Chaldean lad, do struggle, your heart beats better for it. What did you bring this time? Storms, planes, plagues? Whatever it is, it can't vanquish cannon warriors. They are pure murderous violence against the living, and shan't ever. Hmm? I'm not sure what's going on, but I seized the opportunity in front of me. I opened the mirror of the networld and cleansed the land of its spirits. Oh, ooh. Of course, a necromancer, for shame. You're so repulsive. I want to gouge my eye out. Warriors, kill her. This woman will throw you into a never-ending nightmare. Hearing the voices of dead outside the underworld is an unforgivable barbarity. Mictlan needs a necromancer other than me. What? You wants me to bring mash?
やはりそうか、資料使い恥を知れ。目玉が潰れるほどおぞましい。戦士ども殺すがいい。冥界以外で死者の声を聞く蛮行許すまじ。
天空よ、熱を帯びなさい。マルミアドはホルスなりファラオなれば。パラドクスセット。かわいい、仕方ありませんね。示談装填します。屍の鏡、暗黒の鍵、扉となる恐怖の心、アンツーネブタジュゼル。大逆に死おの仕方ありませんね。屍の鏡、暗黒の鍵、扉となる恐怖の心、アンツーネブタジュゼル。
I need to Chris make this so easy.
熱を帯びなさい。要請接続早炊きですカルウェ。要請接続早炊きですカルウェナ。かわいい、気が合いますね。下がっているように。屍の鏡、暗黒の鍵、扉となる恐怖の心、アンツーネブタジュゼル。出ません。輝き。天空よ、気が合いますね。お望みとあらば。屍の鏡、暗黒の鍵、扉となる恐怖の心、アンツーネブタジュゼル。当然とはいえ嬉しいものですね。皆さんのおかげです。
What was that? What did you do? Defeated you, Mesoamerican demon. The spirits scattered and this room will disperse. You no longer have any pawns to control. Kamazot has asked what that was. Need to Chris. Don't move. If you do, my scythe will separate this woman's left from her right. He's faster than the blink of an eye. Now answer, woman. What was that? What's the logic behind it? You mean how I turn your familiars back to dust? I cleanse the spirit with spirit. No. Your soldiers. The soldiers you commanded. Those white deceased. You consider them people you rule. The ones who died. The one who lost their dreaming souls. Are you telling me you memorize all those deceased names? What? I'm asking if you can remember each of their names. If you had to recall names, the memories of each corpse you employ. Naturally, those people were subjects of the pharaoh. Their fame may have been lost, but my respects for their deeds were never waned. An inexperienced pharaoh like myself could only make it as a heroic spirit because I carry their pain with me. Repulsive, ugh. This itching won't stop. I can't stand this, it's too much for me. This is the worst day of my life. Having met the most vile woman. You impotent ears makes every hair on my body rise as spikes. I must return to bathe in JP-rKyECtnz. Only a soak in the nighttime springs can cure these chills. Those were some impressively blameless parting words. But I assume we drove him away. Strange though, that he didn't attack me in any way. A win is a win, I guess. Exactly, we won. Thank you very much, by the way, for saving me. nekoxx, you're the first to ever defeat Kamazotz. Nobody else has ever able to drive him away before. Return proud to Chichen Itza. I'm sure they will be holding festivities to celebrate you. Oh, festivities? Excuse me, what? The ceremony. Oh, hello job, nekoxx. Oh, exceptional hero who drove Kamazotz away. The Dinos won't forget it. Should difficulties befall them, they're sure to chant this. With effort we can drive that annoying bat away. Remember the valor of the fighter nekoxx. Blasphemy. Not quite extending. The situation at hand. Looks like the festivities are still going on at this shrine. We can hear the cheers of the dinos all the way from here. It turned out to be one heck of an unexpected day. The Cadi is properly skyrocketed thanks to that. We can focus on repairing the border again tomorrow, but before we do that, we need to get back to the topic we put on hold. The corruptor sent David Void, whose intention differed from the alien gods. He's attempting to make use of Ort, which is somewhere in this Lostbelt, to destroy the planet. We ought to prioritize thwarting David's objective over finding Ort and exercising the fantasy tree. Well, especially given that there's not a single fantasy tree in sight. And as such, we can't quite plan it excitation yet. I guess so. First the crash landing, then taking as Poe's prisoner wars, then intercultural exchange, and then a zombie incursion. The thought of finding the fancy tree didn't even cross my mind, Yuki Mash. What about you guys? Seen anything around that looks like a fancy tree? I mean, Mictlan itself is one big mystery. Yes, I agree with you too, senpai. The devastation on surface in the lush underground world. If we get a good grasp of Mictlan's structure, then we should be able to predict the location of Fancy Tree. It should be obvious, such things always reside within the deepest level. What lies at the southernmost Mictlan, if we look at in terms of vertical coordinates, couldn't the fancy tree be at the very bottom, at the 9th layer? No worry, so long as we can get the storm border fixed, it should be just a stone's throw away. Good things come to those who wait. We can leave the rest up to our technical advisor and chill while we take a breather in the air-conditioned rooms. No can do, Gordorf. Have you forgotten about the warport from Mexico City? We don't know how many days it will take, but at this rate, awakening is inevitable. What we can do is prep Tezcatlipoca and David's plan before they awaken Ort. Grr, I suppose you're right, but that future sets in stone true. Will forwarding their plans ever make a difference? Naturally, the future we saw in Mexico City will come to pass, should we do nothing. We're at the crossroad called the present right now. We cannot change the future where Ort awakens, as shown to us by Tezcatlipoca. But if we can bring things to a point where they won't awaken Ort, then the future from that point onwards can go either way. Yep, which is why we need information. Who exactly is David Samvoid? By what means will he try to awaken Ort? And just what sort of being is Ort? Since it's nowhere to be found in Mictlan right now, does it mean it's asleep somewhere or dead? So long as we don't know these facts, we cannot formulate a plan. But there's no way we can find out either. Both the Dinos and the Dinosaur King seems to know nothing, except what goes on in Chichen Itza. We could infiltrate Mexico City again and try asking David directly. No, that's an absurd idea. That's enough desperation out of us. He wouldn't talk anyway. Not even with his life on the line. What to do? Like it was with the other characters, it's barely been a year since David arrived to this Lostbelt. Where was he during that period, and what was he doing? How did someone like him, who stands against the human order, summon Tezcatlipoca? And where are Ort and Fancy Tree located? If only there was someone who knows things. No, there's no way a sage would just conveniently. Oh, is that all? If you're referring to the records of the character's action, I believe there's one Dinos who could run a check for your Mictlan. Kukulin, since where have you been here? Oh, do excuse me. The Dinos were all asking to hear more about Chaldea, so I came here to fetch Yuki Mash. You were all talking about something fascinating, so I ended up eavesdropping. Is that so? Sorry for not noticing it either. So what is this Mictlan you speak of? I know the name as part of the world structure in Aztec mythology. It's the first and lowest heavens of the 13. It's named the Lunar Domain. If I had to venture a guess, I called it a moon-like facility overlooking the entire Mictlan. It's unlike that jerk with the sunglasses. I don't really gel with the future, or casualty, or that kind of complicated stuff. But I do want to help you all, so I skipped all the deliberations of Mictlan to tell you this. If you don't know something, ask someone who knows. There's someone in Mictlan who specializes in that kind of stuff. So there exists someone more knowledgeable about Mictlan than you are, so where are they? Or rather, who are they? Are they the doctrine of the sun like you? Well, kind of. The way we were born, extremely similar. If I'm the new sun, then she would be the new earth. She never leaves the place of her birth. It's a final destination that a human can reach on foot. An astronomic observatory built on the 7th layer. Its name is the Doomsday Observatory Mictlan, the incarnation of planet souls that existed since the foundation of Mictlan. It is where the stargazing princess Ixquick, archetype Earth, dwells. More Tsukihime reference. The 7th layer, the Doomsday Observatory, reaches Zealand, the Chaldean of Mictlan. Thanks Kukulin, this was an expected aid we received, but you truly are a savior goddess. You heard folks, we will now be initializing a new operation. Yuki match Habitat, Da Vinci, and nekoxx, who is in the highest spirits right now. The 5 of you will make haste to the 7th layer, and Kukulin, if it is all possible. Will you be willing to accompany them? Da Vinci is not only coming along for data analysis purposes. There's no more dependable than you when it comes to combat. I'd like you to help Yuki out. Of course I will, thanks Director. I can't turn down such a request. I can cancel the erasing deliberation too. She and I will focus on repairing the border. Sky will be our bodyguard. What do you, Catalog? You'd be a boon to eat a party. You should stick with whoever you think could make the best use of your abilities. Let's see. I think I'll stay on border, but I can't help out with the repairs. I'll check out the clock tower documents. Maybe I'll find some records about David Enden. Right, we do have that option. I should do the same. Having said that, the clock tower data is awfully well protected. We'd had to unravel them one at a time. If a code breaker is what you need, I'll pitch in too, though it'll have been done between repair jobs. Alright people, let's commence the operation. Oh, don't forget the rest though, Yuki. Cure late. You owe your bodies 7 hours of sleep and 2 hours of relaxation. You depart tomorrow when sunrise. Feel free to enjoy Chichen-Itza nightlife until then. Right. Let's stop at the shrine and help nekoxx out first, shall we? They've been pestering about our Lostbelt tales too, so it's killing 2 birds in one stone. We'll be away for a while starting tomorrow. This may be our last chance, so let's talk about our hearts out. And that sums up about Chinese Lostbelt. A world with just one human and their vassal, huh? Efficient, wonderfully efficient. The vassals provide the labor required to maintain the world, the ones who provide the culture to the king. The king then examines them and becomes the trailblazer for further growth. If that's the case, then technology won't progress in the wrong direction either. The other Lostbelts were also marvelous worlds, but Chinese Lostbelt is the pinnacle of perfection. I get it. A society that rids itself of unnecessary suffering or unreasonable expectations. It is perfect indeed. But the stagnation and maintenance were actually causing the species to decline. No matter how stable the world may be, if it doesn't change one step at a time, eventually other species will overtake it, and as a result, it will fall to declination. However, Qin Shi Huang was the only one making such changes possible. So long as they did not err, the Chinese Lostbelt would have remained firm. And it's precisely because they were a human who did not err they built their eternal empire. What's regrettable is their lifespan as an organism. I am not talking about the flesh that achieved immortality, I'm talking about their mind. I believe the sturdy Great Wall had enveloped their mind as well. And that is what I find odd. Why did a human of such stature cease to expansion of their territories? They expand mankind reached to almost limits, for that is why they became the first emperor. Perhaps they wanted to test human evolution. Well, it's likely both, because Qin Shi Huang was the pinnacle of humanity. They're extremely individualistic, but that's only because they saw themselves as the law of mankind, instead of a principle they put into practice. Because if you're both physically and mentally strong, you never compare yourself to another in the first place. That's Christaria's idea. Qin Shi Huang loved their vassals and capacity as emperor and pursued the evolution of humanity as species. They became a perfect human as Senrin. Unfortunately though, there was no one else who could match Qin Shi Huang in that world, and they became the only human. In other words, they were a super strong-willed human, not stopping even when they were alone, just like Tipu. But those other Lostbelts sure are amazing. It's impossible for us to try and survive when extinction time comes for us. We don't really give a damn about prosperity of our species or evolution. Is that so? But you don't wish to go extinct either, do you? Death is something to be avoided, but extinction is another matter entirely. That is individualistic thought. We live for something greater than ourselves. Though there's not a single dinos who could put that into words. The fact that these Lostbelts are pruned worlds, and the fact that our world is also in the same boat. We were able to learn this thanks to all of you. We have our gratitude. We don't invite the other Lostbelts. Naturally, we don't invite proper human history either, for we know Mictlan is the perfect world. I guess so, everyone loves Mictlan. We are thankful for Kukuland too. But you know, I wonder if our Lostbelt is a world as meaningful as the other Lostbelts were. Hello, Sakai. I've been looking for you, Wak-chan. Are you already back in top shape? Not far from it. I want to stay here doing nothing till the sun goes away. I don't see anything wrong with your body. Brainwaves aside, then here's the message. The people of Chaldea will be heading for the 7th layer once the night ends. You'd be great help as their porter. The 7th layer? That's crazy. It's like a step away from the grounds of fear. My pops took me there once when I was a kid, but I never been back since. Sounds awesome. Where are those guys going after they achieve their goal? I bet Olga's gonna be with them, right? I can't find the words to say to her. Well, I know that I should cheered her up back then instead of walking away. Wak-chan, Ultra Olga Maru is no longer in Chichen Itza. She parted ways with Chaldea. She won't come back. What? Why? Aren't they friends? Do you know what's going on, Tipu? Let me explain. From all the information I could have, I can summarize that Ultra Olga Maru is Chaldea's enemy. Not only that, but she also perhaps the greatest threat to us as well. You understand how proper human history and Lostbelt work, right? Outside our world, Earth civilization ended due to a phenomenon that is referred as the bleaching. Not just civilization, but all life on the surface was wiped clean. This was caused by the alien god, an external being that erased the population of 7 billion Earthlings. That was Ultra Olga Maru. Or at least I assume it was. I can't be too sure, but some parts of the story don't fit. Nevertheless, through some happenstance, or a series of miracles, we had the opportunity to interact and go on an adventure with her. That was basically a dream, a waste of time that would soon be over. Our journeys with her was a mistake. You think so? Calm down, head priest Ruku. This is the ground notes of the solar linearity, even if the king's absent. Take care not to flap your wings too loudly or... Silence! My irritation is more than justified. When would this commotion end? The dinosaur king is part of the problem. What do they think the shrine is? It's a place of gratitude to the solar rotation system, not some place to sing praises to outsiders. Why can't they still not understand after the world of pain we've been through? What good could ever came from accepting other cultures? The character knowledge is nothing but poison. While we've been setting ourselves apart from each other because all this verbal communication, the Okulumi have turned themselves into a force to be reckoned with. You only remain carefree because you know nothing of Mexico City prosperity. If there were other winged dinos, they might share my vision of that city's dread. Calm down please, if we cannot control yourself, another priest will have to take place. No one will come. All other priests are at the shrine, enjoying jolly stories of Kamazot's defeat. No one sees the danger. They think we're safe. Is this what being the top of the food chain does to a species? They can't understand the fear. I feel being the only one left of my race. We must slay the Okulimi. We cannot disregard Mexico City prosperity. We dino must think as the ruler of Mictlan ought to. And yet, Kukulkan, our great doctrine of the sun, lets the Okulimi be. She bring this random human child to us, only to name him king over all the dinos. She goes to Mexico City to recognize, only to come back wearing Okulan garments. It all started recently. Proper human history knowledge is tainting the sun. No, that is not the cause. That woman became an ally of the outside world, a proper human history ever since she took on this concept of God. Priest Riku, you're being blasphemous. You mustn't voice those feelings. Science, blame the king and the god who put that in your head. Who do you think I am? I am a rare Predator, the only dinos chosen by the skies. I stand above all other dinos. Do you have any idea of the sacrifice I have made for Mictlan in order to get where I am now? At this point of it all, that eyesore of a dinosaur king and a god for good for nothing Kukulin. If that character was all it takes to change our civilization, then it was never worth to begin with. You are completely correct, Priest Riku. No one loves Mictlan as much as you do. You're the leader of the Dinos Reserve. Alright, let us continue. I will accept Izakali's request for a second secret meeting, an operation to take back the sun. That man thinks big. But his grandiose tales are worth listening to. His cause couldn't sound more just. Very well, you can have Chichen Itza if that's what it takes to save our crumbling sun. One chapter done. 14. I have heard that you're headed for Mictlan. As I have gone as far as the 7th layer before, may I accompany you as your guide? Of course you can. There's nothing for us to fear if Tipu's accompanying us. Hey there, is this new line working? Am I getting through to you? Yep, not so much as a hitch, Munir. Mictlan has a strong magnetic field, or rather, each layer has its own atmospheric density, mental energy concentration, and radiation at levels. Professor added an automatic adjustment function for us in the past few days. The comm is all but useless. There's so-called underworld borders, layers that are similar to singulators, but other than that, it's business as usual. Is that so? Then our comms should work on the 7th layer. We'll do our best to support you too. Is Miss Nita going along too? But I guess she doesn't have a choice. It is the 7th layer we're talking about. After all, the 8th layer is where Kamazot's dwells. Miss Nito is the only one who can deal with him if he shows up. Please help Yuki mash out, will you? Of course I will. That necromancer is no match for me. Once we finish our business in Mictlan, I'll return right away to the city. After I've finally been vindicated, then we'll host a Motion Cup you mentioned last night. Phew! An extra soccer ritual schedule. We have nothing to fear now. Having said that my victory over Consult was merely a matter of compatibility. The god of rain, T-Log, I can hardly defeat her the way I am right now. Good morning. Sorry to keep me waiting. I went shopping in the street stalls first thing in the morning, and the next thing you know, I'm late. In the end, the item I wanted was out of stock. I suppose adventures are something you need to prep in advance. Please do not fret, Kukulin. I have prepared everything we will need to camp. We are fully prepped it. After all, I got it Yuki and Mash all the way here from the first layer. And now just tag along. Break a leg, Tipu. Of course I'll do my best, but why do you sound so happy? Was my first time you ever boasted about your achievement. You've grown more assertive. I don't believe that to be the case. The two of you think so too, don't you? Tipu tends to. Yes, Tipu is quite the modest person, so I believe he himself does not realize it. He takes full responsibility for the tasks he undertakes, and the result he achieves. Is that so? These classes are not meant to be an expression of my intent through. I designed them so that I wouldn't have to see what must not be seen. I have enjoyed this conversation. I would like to keep it in my memories. Alright then, let's be on our way. If we head straight for the 7th layer, we can get there in 2 days. We should be in danger with this many people. Let's keep our guards up along the way. And we're in trouble just like that. Are they intending to set the rainforest on fire? Looks like we entered the 5th layer, the Okulimia's territory. They were firing with flamethrowers before we even began approaching. Did they not feel any concern for the rainforest or the animals in it? Looks like negotiations are off the table. There's no time to dwell on. That one is the leader around these parts. He's the chieftain. It'll spell trouble if we don't get rid of him here. Let's junk that machine gun. Make Coins kind of beg for it back. What the heck was that? firing guns at us.
我が名はホルスナンシファラオなれば樹海の命感じますか？お望みとあらば得意分野です。屍の鏡暗黒の鏡扉となる恐怖の心暗空ねぶた主人出ませターガードします。扱ってあげましょう。正解。はい。得意分野です。樹海よ、羅針を照らせ。同じ視点は得られずとも共に生きる同胞なれば我恐怖の火をも打ち倒さん。ウルトラパーンドッカーン風水私ガードしますよ。
That's some huge ass armor. So there's a maze sphere here too. But of course maze is said to be the meat of God. It's modified so that it can grow anywhere in the Mictlan. For the Thanatos, this is their precious secondary source of energy after the sun. It is quite the harvest for us, friends. We finally head for the 6th layer tomorrow. We'll be entering the 3rd underworld. While I'm no stranger to them, this will be your first time experiencing the galactic dunes. It'll be best to get plenty of nourishment tonight and prepare to cross the dunes tomorrow. Oh, there's this sauce that bakery gave me back on the storm border. Are applying that blackish water to the secret maze? It looks somewhat sinister. What exactly is it? It's called soy sauce. We apply this to the maze and grill the surface. Surely you know what we get, no? Roasted maize. Has become a machine to be able to eat roasted maize. Just stop at this point, Kukulin. Eat too much and you'll suffer a stomachache. Though you're eating enough to feed 10 people, so the concern may be wasted. No, I can keep going. Another one, Tipu. I've been living in ignorance of this, so there's 10,000 years of catching up to do. You proper human history folks have it too good. You're scary and monstrous. How is it that you can be this creative? If maize can be made to taste this good, it'll all die out. I won't let it happen. That happen, for I am a god. Before the maze grows too scarce, I shall secure as much as possible with my hands and my mouth. So this is culture shock. How terrifying, a new cause for extinction has been born. Allow me to look after Kukulin. Friends, don't hesitate to chat after your meal. There were practically no cooking techniques in Dino society, so it seems to be modern for Kukulin. But I'm glad she took it to it so well. She's humanoid like us, and not like the dinos, so I thought she had a taste for it. I know it may be belated, Da Vinci, but I have a question. Kukulin is the god of this Lostbelt, isn't she? Then wouldn't it make sense to take a dino form? That's been routing around in my head too. Yeah, it's a natural question. Human fantasize about beings greater than themselves, ranging from giants to people with heads or beasts. It's a blend of curiosity we lack, and those similar to us in appearance. Considering this, it'd be strange for Kukulin not to look like a dinosaur. Consume it. I shall consume the evil roasted maize. She's looking like a dinosaur right now. Don't do it, Type Trot. I know what you want to say, but don't. Okay. This is as good as opportunity as any. I want to wait a little more intel, but we can speed things along. Let's start the emergency briefing. Though it was a little heavy for an after-dinner conversation, isn't it? Hello? Blessed it. So far is just you, Duckling? But then haven't I kept you waiting for long enough? What is the origin of the American continent in the relation to Magecraft world? And from there, how did the 7th Lostbelt came to be? I ought to apologize as a representative of Chaldea for letting what should have been our earliest topic for discussion get to put it off for so long, but you've been chipping away at it so far, so now the time is right. I hope everyone present is ready, especially Yuki. Thanks for the waiting. Here comes Da Vinci's mythology lecture. Alright then, Yuki. So you heard anecdotes from MASH about the Chichen Itza of proper human history, as well as how Mayan and Aztec mythology connect. Do you remember much of it? The Mayans came first, then the Aztecs. Way too broad. But that's enough to discuss the Lostbelts. You don't need to understand the Mayan-Aztec relationship in any greater detail. With that in mind, let's take a trip down the memory lane regarding our journey so far. We stormed the 7th Lostbelt that formed in South America in order to face off with the alien god. Yet when we broke through the storm wall, it wasn't the South American continent waiting for us, but one much larger, the Pangaean supercontinent. After which the ground split to reveal a mysterious light, and that sunk the storm border. We crash landed here in Mictlan, a world extended into the Earth's depths. Sakai followed. As its name would suggest, the underworld has more pronounced Central American characteristics than South American. It's hard because this Lostbelt's foundations its basic ideology is based on the mythologies of the region and proper human history. So instead of the South American Lostbelt, it would be more correct to call it the Latin American Lostbelt. Yeah, but considering that the ground coordinates were in South America, let's keep calling it the South American Lostbelt. Now for inference number 1, we'll further probe the myths of the American continent. The mythologies of the regions identify closely with the Earth's nature, but at the same time leans towards a stellar viewpoint. In fact, there are several murals and artifacts from the American continent depicting what appears to be rockets aimed at the sky. And for what reason, there is one accepted theory in the world of magecraft: that there was some precedence at dawn of Mayan civilization with practical knowledge of the cosmos. So you mean alien life? Something that came from the outer space, but not exactly the form of life one would expect. 66 million years before our here and now, the time of 5th mass extinction of the Big Five, a massive meteorite fell on the Yucatan Peninsula in the American continent. Its impact set the Earth's surface ablaze and formed a life that regained supreme over the surface at that time. The dinosaurs were said to be rendered extinct. Even the dinosaurs happened to be different. I heard that the dinosaurs were a sturdy species. For them to perish, it had to be a disaster great enough to change the ecosystem. Yet the earthquake caused by the impact reached at least 11 on the Richter scale, and tsunamis topped it out at the over 300 meters height. It's already been said that another meteorite struck off Western Africa at about the same time. But it's an unshakable fact that a huge meteorite fell on Yucatan's Peninsula in Central America. There's just too many signs of the event. The remains of the craters, 160 kilometers in diameter on the peninsula, discovered the rare metal iridium. Most of all, the vast underground caverns created by the collisions. The Yucatan Peninsula is home to a number of springs called the Thanatos. Groundwater gushing from the bottom of deep pits, becoming an indispensable water source for the people's livelihoods. One of the reasons for the formation of the Thanatos is the shifts in the grounds caused by the meteorite impact. Thanatos are connected underground, much like an ant's nest. Doesn't make sense. The Yucatan's Peninsula already had a vast built-in underworld for 66 million years. The underworld is Shibala from the Mayan mythos was a reality for them that carried over into the Aztec mythos, causing it to be reborn as underworld of Mictlan. Those weren't transmitted by an oral tradition or cultural records, but also a primordial fear remembered in their bodies. The magecraft speculation is that the information may be etched in their genes. They were normal people like you and me, only with non-human factors mixed in. Quite a lot of resources were contained in the meteorite that fell on Yucatan Peninsula. Rare metals only produced in minute quantities on Earth, to be sure, and things that had never existed on the planet. Extraterrestrial material, possibly even organism. The meteorite that fell on Yucatan Peninsula quite literally had alien life on board. You're serious? Like a heart attack, still you agree that calling it alien life is pushing the envelope. Anyway, intelligent life from another celestial body clinched it onto the meteorite. They parasites were possibly combined with life on Earth, rapidly revitalizing the devastated surface and promoting the new development of life. A fairly unattainable task for creatures like ourselves who add to our offspring via sexual reproduction. They would have to be a life form that reproduces more quickly in larger quantities and more continuously to cover over the whole surface. Natures, in other words, vegetations, these weren't aliens that hitched a ride on a meteorite. Plants, buds that attach it to the meteorites, fungi, capable of transmitting information. The parasite herb's vegetation assisted in developing new species, and were revered as incarnation of nature after the dawn of mankind. That's the root of this land gods. They were always nearby to lend a helping hand. There may have been instances where they appeared as nature itself. Times they have taken over animals as hosts, times they have taken over humans as hosts. In time, the people who originate the Mayan civilization were born. The humans who adapted to the fungi became priest kings. Sometimes even gods envisioning the birthplace of the fungi to the Mayan people. It is believed the world of Mictlan that it could be showed the state of the universe. The divine element attached to the meteorite, a visitor from 66 million years ago. Some evidence appear right about that. Da Vinci, would it be correct to relate the fungi to the mushrooms we know of now? My bad, recently there has been a theory that all the mycelium on Earth had their own language, and then are all talking amongst themselves to prove their underground network, but that can wait for another time. Calling the fungi is a misnomer. For the record, they are more like a plant's root. A mystical form of life that acts only on neural tissue. They might appear more like Fred anyway. They managed to cling on to the meteorite, and while adept at transmitting information, they were too simple to generate intelligence on their own. This is a mean way to put it, but the relationship is like a virus where someone is infected. I think they secure their living space by staying close to the organism that will become their hosts and developing their species. Gods holders, the tradition curators. I understand that some families of the Mage Association stored mysteries from the Age of Gods as germs. Is that at all similar? Yeah, different point of origin, but I suppose the logic is the same of how god holders are contained by folklore. Surely rarities among rarities, since they are humans inflicted with their divine blood contagion, they are able to replicate mysteries from the Age of Gods. According to Aztec mythology, there were plenty of times Quetzalcoatl or Tezcatlipoca appeared not only as god but also as people. This can explain regarding Quetzalcoatl as the divine violence dwelling in the kings of that era. They stay close to the vegetation first and prospered, creating the South American extensive jungles. And cultivated in the world while their roots circulated underground like nerves until they find mankind, the prime species, by the end of the Age of Gods. Their lifespan was nearing its end. They realized they never returned to space, and so to stick to their hopes on the next generation, the human species dwelling on the surface. That being the Mayan Aztec civilization. A mythology system with faith in the rebirth of species which, while aware of the 5 mass extinction as part of the Earth's memory, then consider those evil brimming with the will to overcome whatever demise may be calling. I overheard the conversation. Kuklan is asleep just over there. I believe you wish to say this, Damishi. Human history diverged after they crashed it. Landed in Central America, upon which they entrusted their wish of going back home to either mankind or Dino's kind. Mankind was chosen in proper human history, and in South American Lostbelt, we dinosaurs were chosen. In which case, the South American Lostbelt began and diverged with the mass extinction 66 million years ago. That would make the history of South American Lostbelt greater than all the others. Not just that, but greater length of time they've been developing as mankind compared to proper human history. Yeah, well, I think that goes without saying. There's still too many uncertainties, but there is no doubting the meteorite that struck the Yucatan Peninsula is starting to point of the Lostbelt. Still, I can't see what happens afterwards. Why isn't Kukulin in Dino's form? Why would the divine violence of the Lostbelt chose the Dinos for their parasitism first and not the mankind? At the time of the fifth extinction, dinosaurs also went extinct. Just like in proper history, they would have to choose the mammal that would go on to dominate the surface. Excuse me, the dice of it should be correct with this inference. If Holmes were here, there'd be more room for deduction, but this is as far as I can take for now. So you would need new information for additional inference. Then we should change our focus. The reason as to why divine vitamins chose the dinos is unclear. However, are there grounds for assuming that we dinos were chosen by them? That's crystal clear. Inference number 2 comes down to review of facts. Nahui, what stands out about the dinos based on the information acquired to date? There are different species to the dinosaurs. True, their dinosaur-like physical structure is a given, but they also have escape camouflage and thought-based communication. The diversity of species, all herbivorous, able to notify physical shocks with biowaves. And their high intelligence, most of all, they couldn't have evolved these traits in the Earth environment. I don't mean to say they can't be smart, it's just that herbivores can't be so active. The energy spent on intelligence and thought can't be met by plant eating. Which means the dinos are replenishing their energy by means other than food. The doctrine of the sun, subsisting only on water and sunlight, so you mean the dinos are... Yes, they're photosynthesizing. This is how the vitamins evolved them. A plant-animal hybrid. That is dinosaurian mankind, the dinos, and the prime species of the Lostbelt. They are far superior to us humanoid mankind and have stood as apex species for 60 million years ago. I stand in shock. Are we really so amazing? Yeah, truly amazing. The dinos may have all taken it for granted, but you are perfect, intelligent life. Each one of you is strong enough not to need to compete for resources necessary for survival. Your species is an example of Krishtari's idea of a mankind with no need for conflict. Does that make sense to me as an ideal mankind? Yeah, what Krishtari set out to achieve wasn't a vile fancy after all. His idea was worth striving for. A peaceful populace, like Tibu and the other rest was really out there. I'm just so very, very glad. Nothing less. We talk about how the meteorite in Yucatan Peninsula is the genesis of the South American Lostbelt. But it's still unclear as how the 7th Lostbelt developed this world structure. The only way to find out the answer is to visit the observatory. But first things first, there's a gateway to pass called the Third Underworld. But this time we have Nitocris, Da Vinci, and the crazy dino gods snoozing there too. There's nothing for us to be afraid of. Let us pass through like they owe us money. By and large, Da Vinci inference checkout. We're the ones who fell from the cosmos, the ones who drifted to this planet. The ones who 66 million years caused the 5th extinction on property history world. What is the alternate story? Time divisation and trajectory brought us to the world about 250 million years sooner. The beginning of Mictlan, far different from that of your world. The supercontinent was maintained by the roots of for 234 million years. However, 60 million years ago, this planet approached its third mass extinction. In time in your property history, the world ended, starting as the Cenozoic period. And we chose them, not you, the ones who would arise later. The children of Paleozoic, who strove to live on this planet much like You who had yet to be born. Everyone's asleep. Oh, you're awake. What a coincidence, I just got out as well. Why didn't I look at Habitat's turn? And took Habitat's turn. I watched so I could admire the sky over Mictlan. So please go back to sleep. I'll be sure to keep it in Dauntless watch. Honestly, you can't. Well, you can always have something to drink. Water means anything, doesn't it? Ah, is it the night sky that's on our mind? How can we see the stars from the underground? Sadly, the night sky of Mictlan isn't really that space at all. It's only appear that way. What seems to be a star is full spirit form while mimicking the cosmos they used to watch. The only thing that could be remotely considered a celestial body is the sun. It's a mythical thing made to be an imitation, ultimately a counterfeit. I hope I'm wrong by Kukulin. Yes? Were you pretending to be asleep a while ago? Whoa, I've been exposed. I thought I'd be out of my element, so I figured there was one way I could keep out of things. You brought me into that conversation. It would have ground things to a halt. What do you think, Kukulin? What's going on with Mictlan? I really hate to be asked those kind of questions. In my position, I have no choice but to answer when consulted, and I can't exactly lie, so... I thought I'd pretend to be asleep and wait for the storm to pass. Then you have something to hide. Green. Ah, but then you held back something of your own from Da Vinci, didn't you, Yuki? There was an opening in the middle of the conversation where you could have declared a little correction. I wonder why you kept mum. You must have already know whose dream it was you shared in Chichen Itza. Is it because you didn't want to interrupt Da Vinci, or did you instantly know I was regaining sleep? And that I had to kill you if you spoke the wrong thing. They never noticed the disappearance in the first place. Hehe, hearing that from you feels like you're saying I get the picture. Also, I don't know your reason for keeping quiet, but somehow I'm glad you did. Thanks very much. Well, let's leave the jokes behind us. The dreams you had, Yuki, was just as you figured. A dream, a mellow of the divine filaments that took roots in Mictlan. I can't guess why you sympathize with Mictlan, but it's not a bad thing at all. So don't hesitate to share the details with everyone and speculate on this, that, or the other things. So this could be a result in a particular mess caused by a particular person. There's a huge chance their faultless misdeed would be exposed. Even then, they will have to live with the consequence of their actions. It's not as though I remember every detail in the dream. Also, dreams are something you quickly forget upon waking. Is that how it is for humans? God, the same for me, if you want to know, so I'm not the only one who gets forgetful. What a good night, then. Just consider this part of your dream, and forget when you wake up, okay? Never mind that, I'm still keeping watch like I should be, not to worry. Back to bed. What kind of underworld border is the third underworld, you ask? What's rather odd place, it's constantly night. A fresh breeze, many oases. An eternal night with clear skies as far as eyes can see. Its only flaw is the lack of sunlight means we dinos cannot linger there for long. But it is an extremely peaceful dune that overlooks the galaxy. It's the only desert in Mictlan. A desert set, you say, we're falling in my domain. After all, the desert at night is a sight to behold. I'll teach you how to read the stars along the way. Flabbergasted. Ahahaha, what exactly is this all about? A galaxy? How is this a galaxy? I shame me to say this, but I'm throwing in the towel. Blinding grains of sand. In a rid atmosphere, the temperature here is higher than that of the rainforest. Match, what's the temperature right now? I see 80 degrees Celsius. That's enough to desiccate a dinos in a matter of days. I want to go home to say at least, however, rest assured. We have a specialist here with us, don't we? Please do something about this, Nugget. I can't do a single thing about this. This doesn't even qualify as a desert anymore. It's just a hellish realm. Dust clouds that pierces like needles, heat we could boil water with, and there's clearly something wrong with the gravity here. The oases you've been talking about are all high up in the sky. We have no way of getting there. Couldn't we just let the wind carry us there? I heard Mash that you're the incarnation of the sky god. You know the ways of desert and you can fly. You truly are a saber god in our current predicament. Well, that's true, but levitating in these fierce winds is going to be... It's gonna be suicidal. I don't recommend flying recklessly. Not only are the winds fierce, the sky turns into a zero gravity vacuum past 400 meter. The skies may be blue, but it's pretty much outer space. What's that Kukulan? I expect no less from Mictlan god of wind. The firmament in this underworld is no mere firmament. Outer space is not quite my element, so let's keep walking straight ahead. Well, I figured as much. Yes, we did expect the underworld border to have been warped in a harsher environment from our prior experience. Let's not push ourselves and go one step at a time. Hold on a second, we can't reach those oases right away, can we? Then we should head back for the time being. Us servants are fine, but Yuki won't last an hour in here. Your mystical body temperature adjustment function was barely enough to even back in the rainforest, wasn't it? Then this desert must be like a steam bath for you. You only have half a day worth of water in your canteen, right? What do you do if you collapse halfway through? True, I agree with Habitrot's opinion. We should head back to the Sea of Trees for the time being and rehydrate ourselves plenty. I can't see the trees we came from. Is it perhaps because the dust obscuring our vision? I sure hope so. I'll send Tiaphone out for a flight to check things out. Aaron held up and hold hands, grab each other's clothes so we don't get separated in the dust. Tiaphone's back. How are things, Daichi? Unfortunately, I couldn't make it out the desert. That's when we left the trees to enter the fruit on the road. We were suddenly stranded in the middle of that desert. I'm fine, I'm ready for this. But the matter of hydration is that of life and death. If only we could mitigate the heat a little. Yeah, I'm also against proceeding like this. Let my guard down because the first and second underworlds had comfortable environments. We can always generate our own water, but Yuki and Tipu will get heat stroke in this temperature. I underestimated it too. I should have gone stall hopping a bit more. If only we had some yellow cucumbers from Ukuli Avenue, you could keep your body temperature regulated. It's not your fault, Kukulin. Those are seldom used. Only the veteran stallkeeper would have any in stock. Are you by any chance to talk about these? Thank you, don't mind me if it do. Judging it. Tipu. Smack. I apologize, it's just that my thoughts boiled over. Yuki, where exactly did you get these? From a stall. I got two, so here's one for you. Thank you, don't mind the bites. What is freshness? The icy feeling running through my arteries. This would have been suicide under normal circumstances, but right now I couldn't feel it better. Here you go, Yuki. I'll help myself to it then. You're gonna eat a whole without even cutting it? Can a human body even withstand that? Like apple, grapes, orange, and peaches mixed it up. What? So this fruit has a cooling effect then. It's like how the cucumbers counted at heat. It did look quite tasty. It's unfortunate that there were only two of them. Thank goodness, with a yellow cucumber that potent, you won't be needing any water for a whole day. I sure am grateful for the dinos that well stocked us all. Of course, you get points for your careful prep work too, Yuki. Actually, she was warning us of a hostile reaction. A Haster are approaching beneath us. Sailor everyone. There's nothing to fear. Those are dwelling the mouthpiece. Then I am in my element this time around. Pernitigris shall be your vanguard. Da Vinci and others conserve your stamina in the rear. When the time is right, can you perform a spot summoning a pure spirit, Yuki? Got it. Huh?
神々の力はここに。このニトクリス、容赦はしません。気が合いま、おのず仕方ありませんね。出ません。不敬者、苦しみなさい。ホルアクティ気が合い、お望みと気が合いますね。苦しみなさい。苦しみなさい。出ません。ホルアクティ気がお望みとあら気が合いますね。不敬者、苦しみなさい。不敬者、ホルアクティ大逆には死。我が身はホルスなりファラオなればおの仕方ありませんね。屍の鏡。
What? Stealing my no phantasm?
天空よ。気が合いますね。お望み仕方ありませんね。不敬者、不敬者、苦しみなさい。ホルアクティお望み気が合いますね。出ません。出ません。出ません。ホルアクティ大逆には死。
I'm not gonna use MP.
おのず仕方ありませんね。屍の鏡、暗黒の扉、扉込め恐怖の心、アンツーネブタジュゼル。私のしもべになりますか。 ではミイラから下積みですね。
Are you trying to get me killed? Anyone else would have definitely died there. I'm sorry, but you cannot summon, but aren't you supposed to be able to summon as you please here in the underworld? To have no reinforcement to show it's not only blasphemous, it's incompetent. Are you not overestimating my abilities? That's not it, Pharaoh nekoxx. I just confirmed it myself. We randomly set up the summoning ritual, but it appears to have been cancelled by something else. Most likely something specific to his underworld border. How terrible. A summoner who can't summon is no different from a bird who cannot fly. As a fellow practitioner, I can understand how frustrating this must be. My sincerest apologies, Yuki. I failed to grasp the situation and unfairly scolded you for it. That said, I do have some advice for you. Please do not consider your inexperience to a weakness. No one in this world can accomplish everything. When you find yourself in a terrible situation, the more you limit how it happened, the worse you will feel. Take a deep breath, take a step in another direction, and try setting your mind on something else. God, thanks, nekoxx. No problem at all. That sandstorm was no challenge for me. It was somewhat surprising, but I am used to it now. Bring me 10, no, 100 more to defeat. That's right, nekoxx was a pharaoh with mastery over the Sphinx. So even in Mictlan, there's no change in her power. Well, the Sphinx was expelled upon me by a pharaoh, Ozymandias. I'll refrain from mentioning that. So the fact that Yuki something is being notified is a problem. I'm not too worried about the deficit in attack strength since we got powerhouse like nekoxx and Wulan here. It bothers me that we're in a situation where we can't call on other heroic spirits. What could be the logic behind such a rule? How was it? Your mouth is gaping. Everyone look over there. It's some kind of giant food. I can see it too. That's definitely some kind of creature's foot. If the toes are that big, it's gotta be over 60 meters tall. That's as big as Protea. Okay, we need to hide, and there's no place to do so. Good, everyone crouch together. I'll spread to the vine clove. What is this fabric? It appears to be a fabric complete and encompassing us. Keep your mouth shut. This divine protection is bestowed by Lord Mesiah. If we do not move, we will remain undiscovered. We can try to understand what's happening from here. Right. At one time, nekoxx had Mesiah. That is simply a Megas 2 that I happen to have with me. What of it? Well, either way, we are safe. Thanks, nekoxx. This makes for a convenient camp. This way we can calmly take the stock of what's going on outside. That thing from earlier. Looks like it's still here. We'll hold fast until it goes away. But first, is everyone alright? Yeah, I'm still quite interested in this mysterious sealed area. No, I'm no race report. Nothing wrong with me either, just forgot to switch to spirit form with all this hubbub. I'm fine too. No problem here. This sure is a useful cloth, huh? Could we be in some other dimension now? Right now, let's keep our voice down. We're at the third underworld border, Shoshoku. From the looks of it, the whole place is a world of strong winds, desert, and zero gravity. It properly corresponds to Panakutakaaloyan, the fifth layer of Mictlan in Aztec mythology. Panakutakaaloyan, the vast desert of the underworld. The 8 oases along the way, where the wind blows so hard that the people cast aloft. Where the dead clings to trees, flying like flags so as not to be trapped in midair. There are certainly many similarities. Therefore, in order to break through this altered underworld border, we must pass through these 8 oases, is that correct? They're floating in the sky so I can fly a little myself, but I got no chance in these winds. Plus, once you go up in the air, you're weightless, right? Once you get up there, you'll lose track of where you want to float to. Isn't gravity just an attractive force? Why would the lack of it make you lose track of anything? One of the laws of creation is that the lighter objects are drawn towards the heavier ones. There is no such thing as a state of true weightlessness. Net Tipu. The floating sensation of zero gravity is only possible if there is some kind of forces acting as a counterbalance. Even if you head into outer space, a lighter object will be attracted to those heavier than itself. I looked at up in the sky earlier, and from what I saw, if you go up there, then you can drop down on land where oases are. But habitat method of flight is a modification of the gravitation pull from the ground where she is. She can't float without an initial foothold. I say, to fly to oasis in the sky, she had to drop full force from above and likely be crushed in the landing. Rude. Also, I can trigger my floating when I get close enough to the ground. There's still a chance for a last second save. Considering Habitat's force of levitation minus the full speed, no, you didn't hear me say anything. By the way, what is the heaviest object known to you anyway? And naturally, it's a humongous mass of 6 zettons after all. An airplane pulled down to the Earth's surface as it flies further away from it. That's why crashes hit so hard. But here, if you get 400 meters above the ground, you can escape gravity pull, right? We said it was dangerous earlier, but isn't that one way to get to the oasis? Assuming we could fly in those strong winds. It's impossible for both Habitat and myself. We should march slowly from here and look for a way there. Or we wait for the winds to die down. That would be great, but this place is modeled after the underworld in proper human history, right? Then will those winds ever stop? Plus we have to worry about being stepped on all the time. Right, we can stay here, but you shouldn't worry, Habitat. You're Nugget here, our very own desert travel specialist. Alcine has a bad feeling about this. Ahem, I say it the first time. As a pharaoh who speaks no lies, I cannot fly. Therefore, I am in the same boat as the rest of you. Shall we calmly discuss this here? Racing to go back to outside rather than later. Can we draw lots who goes first? Isn't that how Kadia does things? Contestation?
システムオールチェック。大丈夫です。マスター。よーし、このスリル駆け抜けるは前人未到。出ません。ほっ。あちらもどうぞ。屍の鏡。我が身はホルスの天空よ。二徳気が合いも仕方ありませんね。屍の鏡。文字通り手はいくらでもあるのさ。なん衝撃のパラドックスセット。はい、示談想定します。照準捉えました。出ません。オルテナウス、このスリル。疑似リンク開始。気がお望みとあらば。神明凍結展開。これは多くの道、多くの願いを受けた幻想の城。こうせよモールだ。やめろさ。不敬者苦しみなさい。かわいい資料がザザー。示談。はい。ザザー。屍の鏡。私のしもべになりますか。ではミイラから下積みですね。
As you can see, these are the sandboards of the desert. I didn't quite expect them to be this big, but let's keep on going. Sorry, but I'm tapping out. But we're only a short distance away from being right underneath the floating Osis island. We need to get there before we run into that giant demonic beast. You should work hard, Chris. I get what you mean, but we ought to rest when we can too. Come now, let's unfurl the cloth of the divine Majid. We're finally in a safe area, so it'd be waste not to make use of it. No, divine Majid blessings should not be used for so thoughtlessly. Unless we're in a pinch, or the cups of lucky break, it'll be a blasphemy. Yes, we're saying there, I guess these back-to-back battles are a bit too much. No, as long as we can depend on Yuki's summoning, I must fight. I'm the first servant to be summoned for the purpose of eliminating this Lostbelt. I was unable to protect the border. I was bested by a T-Log, and I couldn't participate in our plan at Mexico City. At this rate, there'd be no meaning in my being chosen. If I am to fall here, I would be ashamed to face the other free servants scattered throughout the Mictlan after their summoning. Well, it's not like I don't get you, but that's not your fault, nekoxx. The one who attacked the Stormborder is opposite to blame. If that pillar of light hadn't fell at the Stormborder, then Protea and BGM would have been able to fight alongside us. A pillar of light? That's news to me. In fact, I heard nothing yet about how the border fell. What exactly happened? No. What sort of violence was used to destroy a ship that marvelous? Oh, that is right. That is also a problem. The Beatus Kalapoka, the Alien God, and Ort aren't the only enemies Kari is facing. A pillar of light that's effectively split the border in half as soon as it emerged from the depths. We'll need to analyze and deal with that too. Is that so? That was my first time hearing of it. But you only saw that giant one time on the surface, didn't you? If it didn't merge again, then I reckon it won't be showing up anymore. Ah. Kukan, did you just say... We'll talk later. This rumbling means that massive creature's coming. Sandworms too. The divine midget blessings are ineffective against the sandworms because they are creatures that detect prey based on rhythmic vibrations. Anyways, we gotta get rid of the sandworms before the giant gets here. Yuki and Tibu, stand back with nekoxx. Match Kukulon and I will get rid of the worms. Then we'll take shelter in nekoxx close. Are we clear? Oh. They're right. Exhausted as I am, I can't even fight the worms. Just like that fight against T-Lock. If I'm just going to be a library to him, then I'd rather. That's not good. Why are you dispirited, nekoxx? I hear you once a queen of the kingdom. Why are you feeling so disheartened after a mere loss? Or two. Is that all proper hearing is amount to? Let's start off by not lying. Let's be true to our feelings and words. After all, you still haven't defeated 100 sandworms, have you, nekoxx? Yes, I don't need you to tell me that. Let's do this, Kukulan. We'll defeat more than just the sandworms. Let's take that giant down too.
転します。髪、見慣れてますね。止めないでね。よそ見、これならどうです？はっはっ、そりゃー、この角度、先生。装填します。予想日不敬者。ナウ衝撃弾装填します。示弾前に出ます。止めないでね。照準捉えました。風は翼。いい、やったー。仕方ありませんね。予想日変身です。でも見てください。すぐに再会できるでしょう。ただし冥界での話ですの。
Eh? Huh? Whoa. The wind stopped it. Seems so. We only beat the lake, but was that all there was, or was it a mirage of the sandstorm? I responded too readily for that to be the case. It was definitely some kind of physical being. Actually, have you seen that lake before? Summer swimsuit. No. I'm probably imagining things. What a particular experience. An unidentified giant creature, and suddenly a beating windstorm. It's good that both threats are gone. Though the mystery remains. Now we can travel freely. Yuki may be eating yellow cucumber, but he will soon need water. I'm not operating a sharp blade either, so let's hurry to an oasis. Of course. Wait a minute, is there someone collapsed over there? What is that? I've never seen something like it before. It's fluffy and smoothie, but sparkly. Oh, it's no friend. I can tell that much for sure. Huh? Did some other dinos enter this underworld border? A little closer. It's not a dino, it's a human. There's no mask, so it can't be an Okoloto, but he does look pretty weird. That language, proper human history, right? Just like the grapes in the underworld. Do you have water? I have a really good deal for you. He looks like he's on the verge of death. Master, may I share my water with him? Of course. Thank you very much. I'm restored now. I will not forget this favor when the opportunity comes. I repay you with this exact amount of water. How rejoiced about our face. It does not look like now is time, a chance encounter, is it? It is the same for me. I should be happy now that we have gotten to know each other. There are other signs of world peace. Do not miss this chance. That is what I think. May I ask your names? I have no plans to misuse them. Great. Then we'll start with the leader. Well... They're ready to break and run, Yuki, you say. The name sounds familiar to me. The descriptor is on the house. Mash the boar piglet, reflective Tipu. The Prius is young Davichi and snarling Habitrot. Luckless Nitocris, incomprehensible Kukulan. Pop out the 7 combatants then. As the time to save the war finally come. Boar piglet. Like the really cute ones? I'm very honored, but why piglet? I'm not wearing any boar hides. That was my first impression. Don't read it too much into it. By the way, where are you all going? Up to the 5th layer, down to 7th. Before that, why don't you tell us your own name, and why were you collapsed on the ground? We'll answer your question after that. After all, this guy is way too shady. I can't give you my name. It would just cause trouble for all of you. I could tell you why I was on the ground. I was a caretaker charged with the cultivation of this underworld. There was a morning I woke to a continent light telling me, turn this desert into an island full of flowers and sheep. That is what a selfish goddess commanded me to do. Don't you think that's ridiculous and pitiful? You do. I comply, since I am so competent. I filled the desert with flowers. Since there are no sheep in Mictlan, I used the No.7 worms in their place. I nourished them well, and they grew large and strong. So you were responsible for the giant worms all over the places. Have my advanced agriculture surprised you? They surprised me. I'm in equal parts surprised, and surprised, don't blame me. Life in the world slowly carried on, but then a suspicious Batman arrived with his rustling of wings. Did you get his name? Was it Kamazos? I'm sorry, but no. I simply don't have room in my head for men's name. The man had a manner that led out a great and friendly Kya-ha-ha-foo-hoo-hoo laughs. Then he went on to speak to the keeper's goddess and turn her into a scary goddess. She even attacked the bat and flew away, scolding at her fierceness. So scary, terrible, terrible. To think that Kamazos, the very symbol of fear in Mictlan, would himself be annoyed. Oh. And that's not all. The scary goddess sucked all the magic energy out of the earth that had painstakingly been filled with flowers, returning it to the desert. She then created the Heaven-spun temple and brewed this underworld from the inside a storm. Heaven-spun temple. It's because he crushes the temple, the storm around here has vanished. Therefore, you were given the opportunity to meet me. This ends the explanation. However, it may have been too complex for you. Shall I summarize? There will be a surcharge. No, that's fine. The scary goddess is the watcher of this underworld, and the temple she made was the source of this storm. Are you a follower of this goddess? You must have great knowledge and magical energy to know how to turn the desert into a flower garden. A follower? What a nice expression. Followers get the carrot. All I got was a stick. Aren't you do not finish that. Let's continue our talk. Now we return to the underworld scenes. What group are you with, and what is the reason for travel? Not really sure I trust you. I'm not sure. I really trust you, but it doesn't seem like we can make any progress otherwise. We're with Chaldea. You're a proper human history heroic spirit, right? Then you should know why we're here. Right now we're on our way down to the 7th layer with Master Iki. We suffered through the sandstorm, but now that's over, we're heading for Oasis. Of course. You're mistaken. The idea that you will find an exit at the Oasis is a false one. No one who enters this underworld can exit, and those who reach the Oasis are even less free to do so. Your path crossed the mind before you made it to the Oasis. To put it simply, this is fate. You are all important combatants. I cannot let you die in vain. Please come with me. Nobody can leave? No, that is not important right now. What is my own safety, and by extension, that of those who can ensure it? We are in full view of the Oasis here. What's more, the destruction of the temple makes it clear that there are intruders. Let's retreat to a remote area. There's a key, but I secretly hold it out. This way, please. I can promise you an agreeable space. Anything the matter? Wait, I recognize your back. People see many banks throughout their lives. A childhood friend who moves to a big city, and a significant other who moves out after a breakup. You see their banks as they leave in both cases. One nice story. And human banks all look the same. Of course, you have seen one before. That's not what I meant. Is it? How did you know? I don't like being subjected to a background check. I have plenty of uncovered dirt to find. It gets stuck in the wool, you see? By dirt, you surely mean all the debts you won't pay. You finally shown your true colors hidden under that fleece, is it? Magic energy reaction. In the sky above us, the same governs over A grade is a divine spirit servant. Are these the ones who to be damned for destroying my temple? You should be honored. The goddess of the underworld has come to personally crush you underfoot. Naturally, you share their fate, sheep god. I'm quite thankful for your blatant disobedience. It's very unlike you. You expected the kind JP-rKyECtnz to let you off the hook. Shame for you, JP-rKyECtnz, I am not. I am the cruel, merciless, and legitimate goddess of the underworld, JP-rKyECtnz. All who enter my garden are my property, without exception. You're now my workforce. That is, I knew it, JP-rKyECtnz. Huh? They're not feeling very nervous, are they? Did you not hear me name myself? Perhaps I see. Lowly humans and your experience from proper human history, huh? I believe this is our first meeting. I have no recollection of you. I shall name myself once more, you invaders. I'm the goddess of the underworld, JP-rKyECtnz. I'm the submarine goddess who has, owing to certain reasons, taken it upon herself to nurture the third underworld. You may fear and revere me. There should be no discrimination within my underworld. All guests shall be treated equally as slaves. I shall spare your lives if you obey. However, disobedience won't be met with annihilation, or you will serve as fertilizer for the soil. That is real intimidating. Your same grab pattern matches the one from the Chaldea 2. Of the 4 servants summoned on the border, the last one was JP-rKyECtnz. Although she's been turned altar, much like King Protea and Benny Emma. Yuki tried talking to JP-rKyECtnz. That appearance means she's unmistakably JP-rKyECtnz who fought in Babylonia. Does she remember you? Does she know she was summoned by Chaldea? Let's confirm those facts. If all goes well, we may be able to settle this with words. Raja, hey, it's been a while. Why are you waving at me like we were friends or something? I already told you I have no recollection of you. Make sure you listen to what I was saying. Like I said, I won't give anyone special treatment. This transparent show of fellowship is our usual JP-rKyECtnz. Reminds me of senpai. I tell you, I'm JP-rKyECtnz. As usual, you really don't get it when someone's acting malicious. But JP-rKyECtnz is actually being hostile. Rest assured, everyone, she's just simply JP-rKyECtnz alter. She may be referring herself by her own name to match her new evil self. But she's still bound by a command spell to be the ideal mistress of the underworld. She's a pitiable goddess you all know. Does that mean Kamui uses command spell to turn her into a watcher, just like the previous two? What is bad though? Rasputin gone. Isn't he the only one who can unalterize them? I don't know about this Rasputin, but no servant can help you out there. My oath remains the same, no matter what. The bat Mictlan said as much. Be who you want to be, and that is my current self, the perfect goddess Ninkigo. I invite not the heavens, I harbor no jealousy towards Ishtar either. An invincible goddess who knows no defeat, ruling the underworld without so much as a single mistake. Such was the command spell cast on me. This pride of mine shall never bend. So you will only turn yourself into an alter form, Ershkigal. Yes, precisely. I fell into Mictlan, saw the state of this underworld, and became convinced that this is my mission. I can tell since I witnessed the end of the Age of Gods, alone back in the Simmer underworld. No one can do a thing about the omens of the apocalypse that fills this world. In the end times, might make right. Kindness and forgiveness means nothing. Cold-blooded, cruel, explosive, those are the makings of a true goddess, are they not? Which is why I turned the third underworld into a world where you will serve gods for eternity. You will all revere me, you will toil me, each to deliver jewels to me. And I am alone in the supreme deity. This place is off limits for other divine spirits and hero spirit. If so, then this underworld will remain absolutely peaceful and extravagant, even if the other layers are devastating beyond hope. Oh, how embarrassing for a summer god to talk about monophobism. As you can see, her rivalry with Ishtar got to the point where their thought processes are now identical. So do you now understand what I wanted you to do? I still don't get why she got rid of the flowers. I'm just an outsider, but so it's not my place to interfere with your friendship, but you're saying that it's Kamisa's fault that this girl has been corrupted by evil. She's early corrupted, but yes, you're right. Violence will yield to greater violence. Let's all teach her that. I take it that you're the god born in Mictlan. You had nothing to protect, much less devotees of your own. Don't even think a false goddess like yourself can defeat me. Fine then, behold the authority of a god that built a civilization and built a place where faith and worship are born. Here I come, Yuki. I'll show you how amazing a cool goddess of number can be. Once more you will learn with that body of yours. Come on. You can only use these servants.
予想日と点数でゲームを見てください。点数は私の椅子。脱走禁止。そっか、ヒュンヒュン。そっか。ナーフ衝撃弾装填します。ナーフ衝撃弾パラドックスセット。時代、はい、前に出ます。照準捉えました。バーニア突撃します。確実に。メーカーは私の村、点数は私の椅子。
Wait, what?
お願い、メスラムタイヤ。冥界の守りを知りなさい。これが私の空気ダルイルカルだ。これはひどい。止めないでね。示弾装填します。予想日です。
Yeah, that's bullshit. Zero damage.
遅すぎない？止めないでね。このスリル。予想日です。はっはっ、そりゃー。ほい。後で構ってあげるから。ごめんなさい。もっといけると思ったんだ。いいよ。いい、ナイス。じゃんじゃじゃーん。
This fight's invincible.
恐れ知らずな。これ使う。予想日です。懲罰開始。いい感じ。ナイス。じゃんじゃじゃーん。風は翼か。お願い、メスラムタイヤ。冥界の守りを知りなさい。これが私の空気ダルイルカルだ。朝になっちゃったか。ごめんね、間に合わなくて。
What the hell are these? Watch out, Tipu. I'm actually am doing my best to tank a hit from just one of those legs. And observe large number of large pools are showing up. Whoa. There's no escape. Not that there's anything we could do about it. We're the demon god power legions in our day like this. These are nothing compared to Lord Ozymandias, Sphinx, and Sakia. Then you came all the way here to trample on you lot. Behold my boundary gorge. The Heaven Thunder Palace. Ishtar may have rode Gugalanga as a divine beast. But I have no need of divine beast that merely thrashes about. More like it's not cost effective. The only important parts are the legs, which acts as pillars for the temples itself. Plus, if it's only legs, then you can see how I deploy as many legs as I want for the cost of one Gulanga. A Kulanga that moves only using its leg, that is too cruel. Overwhelming this far too. Overwhelming. I never imagined she assembled the Gulangas from all across the underworlds. We've been surrounded by walls of legs in no time at all. Perhaps living to fight another day would be wise. Don't give up. I have little choice but to pray for your good fortune. Presented by Dimizid. Dimizid. So he got away. He pilfered the underworld magical energy storage and riled up rebels. Find and Dimizid, punishment will be have to wait. This is it for you, Yuki. You cannot escape the walls of Gulanga. I'll imprison you here for eternity and make you the personal jewelry of a goddess. Oh, that was a horrible experience. Is this in Osis? Yes, it would appear we made it all alive, though I did wonder what would happen to us when we got blown away. So we were blown away by Gulanga's leg, knocked out, and then imprisoned. Yeah, I wonder if these are HQ's spirit cages. If we're in perfect condition, we could break out, but in our current state, escape will be proved difficult. She really did a number on us. I'm hurting all over, and I can't even move freely. I wonder what's going to happen to her now. Will we put to work as slaves? Of course you will. What else do you think an underworld is for? You rascal will now serve me for all eternity as denizen of the underworld. Breakfast, labor mining. Lunch, labor mining. Dinner, labor, magical energy extraction, bedtime. I'll have you repeat the cycle until my magical energy stock is maxed. By the way, be aware that you won't be getting any holidays. Look, I'd rather much be dead. So you actually captured us for manual labor. Do you really want to adorn yourself that much? Not even Ishtar would go this far, or would she? Let's switch tracks then. You swore to yourself that you would be the ideal goddess to rule over an underworld. So do you really need to stockpile that much magical energy to rule this underworld? Not really, I just wanted to work my slaves to the bone, just like it did with those Egyptian pyramids. That is a false accusation. The pyramids were constructed lawfully by workers, treated with respect. The slaves were given plenty of rest, paid for their work, and were treated to beer as other worker benefits. Without proper standard of labor, we couldn't possibly have achieved such a feat. I know what made you like this, but you're going about it wrong, Wei Ninkiko. This is the way of the gods of summer. Even summer is got its own labor standards. It's just that I was the only one doing all the labor in my underworld, and now let's not talk about summer. After all, this Mictlan's for underworld. You're the one not understanding things here. Nitty-Chris, how long do you intend on playing devil's advocate regarding your past? I'm certain now, after that battle we just had, you still have yet to realize the true reason behind your summoning. What? What do you mean? As a fellow Netherworld Under Queen, you should be capable of exercising an authority equal to mine in an underworld border. Yet you have shown no indication of doing so, or even dare to try. If you were summoned in your own land, your own country, you should act the way you did in life, with the pride you held onto in life. However, we're in a fortunate land now. This is a battle with the human order itself at stake. It is the future that you ought to be protecting, not yourself, from when you were once alive. Are you saying I'm prioritizing myself just because I haven't turned altered like you have? The alter form is merely a consequence. What's truly important is that what you can do. The dream I had in life was to turn my underworld into a flower field that extends as far as the eye can see. Of course, that dream came true. After all, Mictlan is brimming with mental energy from the ages of God. But I won't do. This is no holy grail war. My dreams are not my main priority. In exchange for the flower field, in exchange for the rights to return to Chaldea, I have become the ultimate goddess in this underworld. For that's my role, my pride as a goddess, whom the people have faith in. While putting that aside, Mash, where is Yuki? Is he hiding behind your shield or something? Tell him to come out. I'm not mad. No, Master isn't anywhere around. It would appear that he successfully escaped the battle earlier. Huh? How did he escape the temple? We somehow managed to break away. It is lucky that there was a cave nearby. There's a remnant's bonfire here, so I lit it. Wonder who was living here. This is probably Demon Zoot's hideout. More importantly, thanks for the help. No, you're the one who helped me out. That was some precise and logical advice. The third and fourth legs are stomping off temple. That's our only chance to make it out of here. It's not because you shouted that at me I was able to carry you and make that jump, Yuki. But it was a thrilling experience seeing that building-sized hoof come stomping down right next to us. I know, right? I'm sorry for making you hold back. You're so sure I wasn't going overboard. Surely that's not the case, right? Nevertheless, I'm really not being useful at all. I thought I could do more, but there are a bunch of things holding me back. And some they're taking free spirit name of the Kukan is an insult to Quetzalcoatl. Alright, here we go. You do seem weaker than our first impression of you. Specifically, you're hiding your noble phantasm. It? What are you talking about? I'm always giving it my all. It's not like I've been holding myself back or pushing myself or restraining myself or anything. I've only been acting as I please. Curiosity drew you in, but you walled off. Like, you can't come along with us, am I wrong? Is it that obvious? This time it was just a random guess. I promise that I won't be mad at what you can do. But isn't that being a bit too trusting of me? I'm the god of this Lostbelt, and you're the humans of proper human history. Isn't it more likely that I'm just pretending to get along with you like I'm doing now so that I can kill you? There's no way that is true. That's a splendid smile you show me, but how can you tell that I'm not a wicked god? Because you're the same god as Kozukoto. I know her. But that much is true. Yeah. I get it now. I won't hide anything anymore. I shall show you my true form and save everyone. But if I'm free to do as I please, I'd like you to do that thing for me too. Magical energy replenishment, I believe it's called. That convenient functional magical energy path that servants have. I like to unveil my trump card with a bang with that. Will you do that for me? I'm no master right now, but of course I will. Alright, now I'm all fired up. Leave it to me, master. No matter how many Gulangas there are, I will obliterate them all with a single blow. Are you done talking? It warms my heart every time I see intercultural exchange. Greetings, I'm your counting sheep mechanism. Dumizid, at your service, from rise till bedtime. A showdown between goddess, in the true sense of word, a matchup that has now been established. Splendid work, Yuki. Would you mind if I push that smooth talk of yours to the whole world as my own work? I'll hand you over to Ishar, got it? That's unfortunate, but of course, I was merely joking. I shall seal this recording in the next present box. More importantly, I fear that keep this. Let's go and save them post haste. If Kukan can defeat JP-rKyECtnz, then that will solve this issue. An ideal ruler is one who remains undefeated. Should she suffer a defeat, she'll cease to be that ideal. The oath she swore herself in the command spell will render her null and void, and when that happens, you understand what comes next, right? JP-rKyECtnz will be back to normal. Precisely, now get on my back, wise Yuki. We will defeat the Watchers of the Underworld. I will have destroyed the third Underworld, for that is the key to our victory. So a ride with nothing remarkable about it. Well, I suppose this is fine every once in a while. We managed to pass through the zero gravity domain without so much of a hitch. We'll be at the Oasis soon. Are you all ready? That's great. Once I drop Yuki off, you must head for safe ground. It's unfortunate I would be unable to witness how this battle unfolds. 3, 2, 1, good luck. Whoa, are we just gonna free fall like this? Are you alright, Yuki? Do you need any assistance? More importantly, please handle JP-rKyECtnz. As a veteran master at work, then I'll take you up on that. I gesture of respect towards the goddess, appropriating her history. I shall fight in my usual manner. Aren't you exposing yourself way too much? Oh, do you think so? It's a high-spec spacesuit, though. I should prove my power in that field. Come, let's have our self a showdown. Ninkigo. I'll remove every last trace of unauthorized construction that benefits no one. Letting fall good. Forward roll. Good and now. The game's on, Invincible Goddess. So you fell from scale and rolled around. You'll scare someone half to death, so don't do that again. But what game is on? You're fighting against me. What can make us who can't even summon severance do? You're betting it all on that goddess then? She's 1,000 times better than the runaway Dumizid. I accept your challenge out of respect for your valor. Come forth, O Boundary Gorge, the Temple of Thunder Palace. Summoning 6 divine beasts. Try besting them all if you can. It's gonna be a solo. Also, he's so strong. So strong. What the heck is that? I got my third command spell back. Huh? There's no time to be stupefied. Kukukan no Phantoms has annihilated Kulanga, but that attack just now was... Yes. It's that giant chop that fell at the storm border, so it was an attack from Mictlan after all. And the Lostbelt King Mictlan was responsible for it. Yeah, she was, but you seem happy for some reason, Davichi. Tiki, sorry, I'm always happy when it turns out I was right. Oh dear, so the Cobra destroyed the storm border, put Captain in a precarious state, and plunged you into imprisonment. Crisis was none other than Mictlan. I sincerely apologize. Our god was once again faultlessly caused trouble for all of you. On behalf of all our dinos, I offer my apologies, and we dinos shall all reflect on this matter. Great Mictlan ought to be spent a century atoning for it, down on the 9th layer. Stop it, Tipu. It seems like a good idea at the time. I am the one who guards Mictlan. I thought I'd eliminate Chaldea while it is still on the surface. Seeing as how they came here to prune this Lostbelt. She was 100% our enemy. I'm shocked any of us men should survive. Well, I thought at the time you were people that couldn't be reasoned with, like David Semvoid. Of course things are different now. I understand that Chaldea has mean no harm. Having said that, it's true that I attacked the border. It is not something I apologize can fix. Whether you fight me as an enemy or demand restitution, I leave the decision to you. Restitution, can you even pay for it, Mictlan? To be honest, I already guessed that Mictlan might have been that giant way back during the Mexico City incident. Which is why I'm no longer boxing myself into two options, like friend or foe, reparations or good faith. In fact, she even saved us in Yuki just now. Da Vinci. I actually have to defer to Commander Gordov in this matter. As a matter of fact, the truth is we can't defeat her in our current state. If she's willing to be our ally, we got no choice but to turn a blind eye to her other faults. Never mind that for the time being. We should be glad that one of the friends of us has turned friendly. More importantly, alright. What's with that pity look you're giving me? Cut it out, will you? Actually, you can just go on already. You already got business on the 7th layer, and not with me, right? Then the rules, I placed it based on the premise of being the mightiest god of Spanish the instant I lost to Mictlan. His place is now merely a desert of an underworld border, like to disappear, like the perfect loser that I am. Your name's changed. Yes, no, thanks to you, I'm no longer the invincible goddess Ninkingo. Speaking of which, even though your command spells has returned, isn't she still an altar? What could it possibly mean? Could it mean that too much time has passed, and both HQ and mine are irreversibly altered, perhaps? Nothing like that, but thanks for worrying about me, Mash. Kamasa's may have turned me altar with a command spell, but it was not by force that he did so. I accepted that bot's offer of my own violation. Also, I can strengthen my Saint Graph and be one of better use to Chaldea. That's the Ershkigo we know, so you did have good reasons to fight us earlier. Actually, it's about Istar, isn't it? Yes, you're right. I just cannot mention it right now, is all. When time comes, I will make you cry tears of joy, so you better not forget this. In any case, I wouldn't turn myself into altar if I didn't think it was necessary. You still have no idea what lies ahead, do you? Which is why I remain here as a watcher of the underworld just in case. Did the first and second watchers not say anything similar? That they cannot go with you? Yeah, they sure did. Yes, but don't worry. Even though I'm tainted by evil and turned into a delinquent, I'm still the goddess of the underworld. Ershkigo was serving Chaldea. No matter what threats you face, I'll fight by your side to the bitter end. Mictlan totally pummeled you through. Are you right? Aren't you starting to fade away? Are you sure you don't want to come with us? I'll be back to normal in no time. Just go on ahead already. And you, Mictlan, don't think I'll fall for your surprise attack a second time. We end up fighting in midair since I I got lured there, but I'm a goddess who fights with her feet firmly planted on the ground. I won't lose next time. Don't think that you won. Of course, the score is 1 loss and 1 win so far. Next time I'll beat you down and get that free count without anyone running away. Free count? What are you suddenly going on about? Oh, I see. Suppose that's a thing too. Fine, look forward to it then. Should we fight again? I'll send you packing with a noble phantasm that suppresses Wulan and Mesiah. Finally that's cleared. Now we can go to the 14th chapter. So yeah, that's what happened during the battle in the third underworld. A lot happened, but we all managed to make it through, unscathed. Yes, very well done. Mass producing the famous divine beast of Mesopotamian Wulan. But what can I say? It must have been quite the challenge. I couldn't be happier about not being there. Also about Kukulin. So it is true that you were that radiant thing that sunk the Stormborder. That wasn't figurative or anything. I'm so sorry. I'm most certainly the one responsible. It happened in the spirit of the moment. But if a tiny bird flew into your house, wouldn't you have gone the urge to pet it a little too, Director? Like pet it real hard. One extreme displays of playful aggression. Besides, I'm not a tiny little bird at all. I'm a proud phoenix. But what does it matter? There are too many things I want to take up with you, but I'm not going to meddle with decision taking on the fields. You could cure like you to make sure to keep watch on Kukulin. If she starts acting suspicious, make sure to obscure her vision and put some distance between you and her. Got it? I don't think it'll come to that, but understood. Very good, then I expect you to continue with the operation. The repairs are proceeding smoothly over on our side. We cannot communicate with you when you're in the underworld borders, but in the underground rainforest, the signal is excellent. Obviously, be sure to immediately contact us if there's an emergency or if you have questions that needs answering. I'll excuse myself then. I expect your news when we next speak. That Gordo sure is more of a word than he appears. Could it be he's actually quite competent in understanding? Yes, Gordo Music has all the skills needed for his position as a new director of No.7. In addition, being highly proficient in his capacity as our commander when during operations. Righty. So we servants have excellent individual abilities, but we're ultimately nothing more than specialists. In order to function as organization or squad, you need someone who's able to bring everyone together. Gordo might not be a tailor made for that role, but he always resolves himself to take appropriate responsibility for each and every situation we find ourselves in. A so-called behind-the-scenes leader, I suppose. He may one day become the backbone of our organization for real, though. So this is what it means to grow together as the neighbors. The people of property history are a truly diverse kind. There we ought to probably make a small stop around here and rest. Chris, I will construct our camp for the night, so could you please keep a watch on our surroundings? Chris, is something the matter? Oh, nothing. Staying at my camp. Yes, I was just thinking the same thing. I'll let off some spirits and rid of ourselves of any friends around here. Nitty-gritty, wait, if you release your specters, haphazard like that. Huh? Why can't I hear a bunch of footsteps coming this way? Aren't dinos supposed to run away when they see spirits of the dead? Or at the very least, the dinos who witness Camelot's ghosts are pretty tripped over themselves trying to get away. That applies to normal dinos. The ones inhabiting rainforests are basically mindless beasts. This is why berserkers are the best. Oh, what a mess. Oh well, this is Nature's first time traveling through the sea of trees. I suppose I would just have to rot him then. You got our command spells back, right? It's time to test the Pharaoh's metal. Let's do our best together. Not enough. Combat CC concluded. Fear Dino is currently withdrawing. Why would we look at that? Didn't that prove that your spot summons are working after all? All as planned, quite an ideal outcome of the battle, don't you think, Dickie? Yes, the Extreme Pharaoh was most correct. Yeah, the indication of Master, your ability to summon have functionally restored. But the capacity of actually invoke command spells appear to be still missing. Right now, Yuki can only summon servants. Even if he cannot strengthen them through the use of his command spells. His master status is still not fully restored right now. He's maybe something more like a potential master, or perhaps even just a summoner. I tried to understand how exactly he fell into such a state, but after looking through his record on the first layer, I found something like I made a deal with some unfamiliar person in some unknown place and so returned to life. If that is true, it could mean that he remained in that state for the entire duration of staying in Mictlan. Alternatively, Yuki has to subjugate the person he made the deal with. Since Kamisawa is the one who has him, it stands to reason that he's that certain someone. I doubt Kamisawa was the person I made a deal with. So even you cannot remember either the place of whom you made a deal with. I take it you're convinced that it wasn't Kamisawa's. In that case, it would mean that Kamisawa's purchased your command souls from this person. Anyway, don't you think the mindless dinos from before were quite numerous? Could it mean that there's some kind of mindless dinos nests here on the 7th layer? There's not. The 7th layer is comfortable for them to live in. That's all there is to it. This is a harsh environment for the Okulimi and the ordinary dinos. One wrong move leads to death. It's also the fact that the 8th layer is Kamisawa's nest. That said, the 8th and 9th layers not only contains poisonous gas, but they're also pre-meted with hazardous cosmic rays, so most life cannot endure. Truly a world of death, it's not a place that the living can step foot in. Oh, so that is why. We sent out a survey drone from our border, but once it got to the 8th layer, it malfunctioned and shut down. Which must mean that the fancy tree is down in the bottom layer, of course. Where else could it would be? There we go, bonfire. Just about done. Stop the chit chat and let's get this camp in order, okay? We got 2 tents with us. One for Mash and Da Vinci, and one for Yuki. You 3 are the ones with actual bodies. Gotta have some place proper to sleep. Goes without saying, I'll be resting here in my personal bed of grass. Ah, how I love to feel the rock solid ground. Excuse me, don't I also have a physical body? It's so unfair that you servants can just go into spirit form. How will you sleep in my tent then? Right. Kukulon did reveal to us that she was the one who attacked the Stormbirder. She's a trustworthy ally at this point. That we provide her with the 11 of one of our tents is totally understandable. Yes, of course. No, it's fine. I'll just sleep on the ground like Tipu. I've only been around for less than a year, but even I understand that 2 people sleeping together in the same enclosed space is a bit stimulating. If we happen to lose control, that might spell the end for all of Mictlan. So this is the observability of Mictlan. It's a natural biosphere. This is less like an observatory and more like a biome. And not one like Mictlan, this is how the Cenozoic era of proper human race would look like. Our precious stone knowledge will has no power here. This is where the dispatches from the inner sea of the planets are born. The planet's sense of touch, elementals as proper human history calls them. As such, unlike Mictlan, which is created from divine elements, it is closer to a proper history environment. The inner seas of planets, so Avalon. Right, the inner sea of the planet is the place of the mind, to be sure it exists once the planet starts being treated like a single life form. You remember reality marbles, right? It is one of Magecraft's greatest techniques to manifest the Magia's mindscape, and even if only temporarily, to place it on top of reality. You could think of the inner sea of the planet as Earth version of this reality marble of the planet itself, you could say. That said, Earth is big, you know, it has more than one mental characteristic. such as a mind closely adjoined with human society, or even a mind that takes issue with human society. Avalon is nothing more than one such characteristics, a world closer to nature, which doesn't concern itself with human society. Elemental borns in such a world are beings you could basically refer to as alter egos of the planet, right? Kukulkan called him the planet's sense of touch just a moment ago. They're born in an inner sea planet and then leave for surface before eventually returning to the inner sea. However, there are those who cannot return to it, or perhaps never do. On Earth's surface, these came to be known as fairies, or elementals, in some cases divine spirits. Indeed, those fairies, elementals, and divine spirits can come into being through other circumstances. You can't say all of them are like that. That said, there is elementals who can only ever be born in the inner sea of the planet. It's known as brain of the planet, and is a special type of elemental. If the planet has a mind, it also stands for reasons that it has a brain, right? The one born from and later set to inherit the Earth's memories. The slightly cannot forget, the ones constantly dreaming of the planet's surface. The road matriarch calls its archetype. The elemental who waits ahead is this sort of incredible recorder. So meaning to say it knows the history of life from long before mankind was born. Notice I heard the archetype was created in the likeness of the current prime species. This might be a Lostbelt, but even that is simply a what if of proper human history. Therefore, shouldn't the archetype be in the same human form as we are? Tipu might be far better informed about that. Isn't that right, Tipu? You worked here before as a researcher, didn't you? Really? Well, yes, I'm Tipu, the Stargazer, after all. I've gone back and forth between the 7th layer and JP-rKyECtnz many times. I never heard her to refer as archetype. There's no doubt knowledge brought here by the character. Kukulkan seemed to have known about that before then, however. I'm sorry, I couldn't convey it very well with just my senses. That is why this speech thing is so convenient sometimes. Allah only watches over us. It's never opinions to think that the mighty Kukulkan would be bound by such rules. Though the fact that JP-rKyECtnz is quite different from the other dinos is something which I noticed as well. The archetype of Mictlan is all likelihood different from the ones in proper human history. Mictlan itself is already in a place like the inner sea of the planet. A world without change, closed off both from the surface and the universe above. The archetype born here must be very cramped. She cannot ever go outside of here, never even once. Seeing is believing, was it? Let's keep moving the boat. You understand once you meet her directly. Oh, and just a warning, just be sure not to take aggressive posture out of sheer surprise. The archetype is sensitive and easily hurt. Once she starts feeling down, it takes 3 days before she functioning again. It's flooded here inside the wall as well. Good day, JP-rKyECtnz. I come here with guesses from the proper human history. They have things to which to ask of you. Could you please stop being so shy and show yourself? They'll spot you in no time. It's not as though you're really hidden. Apparently they have the saying for this in proper human history. Burying your head in the sand, your tail is visible, you know. No, it's not. You're just saying that to tease me like always, big brother Tipu. I was just getting myself mentally prepared, that is all. I'll greet you all right now, as priestly and direct as I can. Greeting, nice to meet you, all the way from Chichen Itza. I take it, welcome. I'm JP-rKyECtnz, the one who shall see off the fate of the Mictlan upon this lunar plateau. I live a bit of a bubble, so I'm lacking in many areas. Nevertheless, I'm very pleased to meet you all. Shh. She's huge. Diplodocus. She's a Diplodocus. Are said to be the largest species among the herbivorous dinosaurs, but it appears that here in Mictlan, it's even bigger. More than 600 meters tall. Amazing! I'm honored by your kind words, proper humorous cherub. You have quite a wonderful voice, just as I expected. Huh? Do you know about me? Did you hear about me from Kukulin or something? No, I'm watching you from here. I can see all the way to the second layer where I am. Here. As said, unlike Kukulin, I cannot hear any sounds, so I don't know your names. Will you perhaps be so kind to tell me? Thank you very much. Yuki Mesh, Habriiel, Davichi, and Nitocris. They have different rings to them compared to the sounds we use in our ordinary lives here in Mictlan, but wonderful nonetheless. I'm so grateful to have acquired ears. Thank you very much. I think JP-rKyECtnz is a wonderful name as well. And forgive me for asking, but you called Tipu your older brother a moment ago, did you not? What's the relationship between you two? Oh my, oh my. I was imagining you asked me a question, Mash. I'm sure we'll get along splendidly together. Oh, what is there to hide of our relationship? Tipu is my acquaintance and nothing more. I research the stars at this observatory, so I suppose you could say that we're colleagues. JP-rKyECtnz calling me her older brother is something else she decided for herself, so pay no mind. Besides, when it comes to age, JP-rKyECtnz is 6 million years old. I'm only about 100 at best. I mean, I figure dinos were long-lived, but... I understand, in that case, why did you decide to call Tipu your older brother than JP-rKyECtnz? It's because since we first met, he's always been so high and mighty. I'm a special dino, and this observatory doesn't serve as much purpose for the dinos in general. So none of them ever come here, aside from the big brother Tipu, who shows up to the observatory without so much as a second thought. Always calling me a useless bum who just takes up space. I don't call her that for the record. Let's stop the wasting time with idle chatter. Please get on with it and live up to your role as this observatory eyes for once. See, he does call me stuff like that. He thinks that just because he knows so much, he can always just berate me like this. Is this, you know... Yes, one of those indifferent looking brothers who cares a lot but can't bring themselves to admit it. Good grief, the years goes by, but you still talk as childless as ever. Of course, I'm a 1 year for all eternity. Don't you already know that, big brother Tipu? Well, sure, since you were born as a planet sense of touch, your mind cannot mature any further. As abundantly clear from how you call me your big brother, to you all other lives appears older, I suppose. Yuki Da Vinci, feel free to ask JP-rKyECtnz your questions. She can see everything that happens in Mictlan. Please reveal what David Samvoid has been up to this last year. David, is that who you want to know about? Yeah, it is, but... Of course, when David first showed up, he visited this place before anywhere else. Tell me about the truth of Mictlan and its history. I don't have any time to waste on you people to summarize it in 5 minutes. I knew he was a guest from proper human history, but it's not like I had any reason to replace him, so I told him. That was exactly one of your proper human history years ago, I believe. The exact same time the character first showed up. Please wait a minute. Do you mean to say that you knew about proper human history in the Lostbelt before character arrived? In that case, how come you agreed to David's request? Aren't people from proper human history supposed to be your enemies and invaders, basically? How do I explain this? I'm the archetype So I understand that Mictlan is not the kind of environment Earth is normally supposed to have. I could also foresee that after being given knowledge by me, David would organize the Okalimi and start hunting the dinos. That's quite tragic, but not enough of a reason for me to refuse David's request. All people operate under their own outlooks, their own convictions, and their own set of values. Nahui has the same idea, so people coming to understand one another is practically unheard of. As such, I must treat everyone equally. You ought not to take other people's time, ideals, and live so lightly because you're far away from them. Because you haven't met them, because they're irrelevant to you, because they won't benefit you, don't you think? Such a philosophy of life that the dinos have arrived at after such an incredibly long time down here in Mictlan. Be they weak or strong, we will not look down upon them, nor favor them either. Dinos do not discriminate between life. I mean, I think a society where only special people receive special treatment is wrong, isn't it? That sure seems to have left a deep impression on MASH. She agreed to David's request, which is also why she'll agree to yours, is what JP-rKyECtnz is trying to say. Let's get to the topic at hand. What has David has been up to, and what are his intentions from here on? Talk about anything else is pointless. You're strangely impatient, big brother Tipu. If you wish to know David's objective, you must first know what your questions he asked to JP-rKyECtnz. Never you think something along those lines, big brother Tipu. True, that is both critical importance and something I'm curious about. What's wrong, Tipu? You're seeming a bit on edge. Is that so? No, I suppose it's true. It's been so long since I was in observatory that I got a little stirred up, perhaps. I'll leave it to Da Vinci to answer the questions. I shall go prepare pull ritual. Whom will allow me to take over for Tipu, then as the one asking the questions. You said that David asked you to tell him the truth of Mictlan alongside its history, correct? The origin of this Lostbelt isn't when the dinosaurs became the prime species. It originated from the impact of the meteor which wiped out life on the surface of the Earth, the fifth of the Big Five mass extinctions. The extraterrestrial environment-based life attached to the meteor restored the insular terrain, chose the dinosaurs as their hosts, and created the Mictlans that we see around us. At least that's what we have summarized. Does that match up? Oh whoa, Da Vinci. Cute and astonishing to think you'd be able to summarize something that happened so very, very long ago. It matches up with some minor corrections. The meteor they arrived on proper human here's fell onto Yucatan Peninsula 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period. But the meteor they arrived here in this Lostbelt fell down during the end of the Carboniferous period 300 million years ago. From afar, the castaways came down from the cosmos, the ones we refer to Mila. At that time, they bound to then singular continent together with a network of plants, roots, and so stopped the dividing of the continent. As such, this Lostbelt origin point lies 300 million years ago, the age of subcontinent Pangaea. 300 million years ago? Which means it's before even the first mass extinction event. So that's why we can mention the Carboniferous period before. So that does explain a lot. In proper history, during the transition between the Permian and Triassic period, over 95% of Paleozoic aquatic life went extinct. And so the dinosaurs who were well adapted to the environment became dominant. After that, about 180 million years ago from now, Pangaea split into north and south, with Eurasia forming in the north and Gondwana in the south. The dinosaurs were dispersed all over the world. However long as the continent had not broken apart, the dinosaur paradise would have started to prosper even further. And as long as human dinosaur stood at the apex, the mammals would never have such a fortuitous evolution. That's the origin of Mictlan. That is the world where a meteor onto which they from afar Mela were attached to came at a different time. In that case, what about the fourth extinction in the Triassic? And the fifth caused by the impact of the meteor onto Yucatan Peninsula during the Cretaceous Did they simply not happen in this Lostbelt? I don't know about the 4th and 5th proper human history, but we did have a 4th mass extinction here. It was the end of the created status period 60 million years ago. What do you in proper human history known as the 5th mass extinction event, the meteor which impacted the Yucatan Peninsula. Once again, a meteor collided with our planet, incinerating the surface and putting the dinosaur at risk of extinction. It was Mala who saved him. Mala foresaw this meteor collision and created a shelter underground. The energy used above on the surface was all collected in this subterranean world to create a new paradise. The plant fuels, which would ordinarily be used and restored the surface of Earth, was all used to run biosphere free. That's what Mictlan is. From then up to the present, a period of 66 million years, Mictlan has served as the worlds in which the dinos live. The scale of things here is just too massive. Yep, I didn't get a single thing on my end. Guess I'll have to ask Mash to explain later in about 3 paragraphs top. I see, so that is why the surface remains in ruins even now. The ocean fell to dissolution. Control over volcanic activity became impossible. The skies became covered by dense thunderclouds. The power ordinarily used for natural cycles instead flowed into subterranean world of Mictlan. After almost 100 million years, with Mala having taken root on the surface, they acquired the authority to control it. This is something which is impossible in proper human history. In proper human history, the meteor Mala was attached onto fell down in the 5th mass extinction event, which was 16 million years ago. Then the dinosaur went extinct at the hands of this meteor on the surface. Earth underwent another ecological change. This was the emergence of the mammals. Eventually, after 40 million years had passed, an ancestor of mankind came into being. Mala became publicly occupied, just maintaining its own living space, and then they tried to coexist with the people of Mesoamerica by becoming a part of their mythologies. From what I gathered so far, the dinos see Mala as their savior god, but things are a bit more complex from the Earth's point of view. After all, its own house has been altered against its will. In that sense, how do you feel about giving that or the archetype, you shameless thieves or something like that? Yeah, those damn space invaders. But no, not really. Whatever happens, if life continues to thrive, the planet's pleased. Besides, if we were gonna talk about space invaders, there's one who is in very real sense. I talked about this before, about the impetus for why Mictlan had to be created. You know, it was Mala. On the meteorite, which in proper human history calls the 5th mass extinction event, and who created the world mythology of Yucatan Peninsula. Conversely, in Neural as well, it calls the 3rd mass extinction event, and they embedded themselves deep into the underground of Mictlan. Much like Mala, that slight change in the orbital trajectory brought an invader here 66 million years earlier than it should have. From the ends of the galaxy, flying in the form of the Oort cloud, came a planet-eating monster. Oort. So it is where Oort comes into the picture. So Oort arrived in Mictlan that early, but if that's the case, the dinos would have never flourished. Oh, I get it. Oort died from the shock of the collision. The reason why Oort is nowhere to be found in Mictlan is precisely because of that. It's already dead, so obviously nobody has seen it. Nope, it went all crazy actually. Mictlan actually was already destroyed once by Oort. No way, I'm wrong again. Okay, but then how did the dino survive? Out with it, easy quit. Don't worry, you're adorably clever, Levinchi. The theory of yours is mostly correct. When Oort descended, it did die, but the thing, it didn't have the sort of death that life does. It fell down into Mictlan after being at standstill for 16 million years. Just around the time the dinos' philosophy of life had been realized, Oort resumed activity. To our world, this is the 4th mass extinction event. It's around the time that they were birth to me. It's the life of Mictlan cooperated and so successfully defeat Or. And we all lived to happily after. Ort was defeated, but the fourth mass extinction event has already happened. Which means the attack of Ort, Yuki saw back in Mexico City, corresponds to the fifth mass extinction event. I see, I finally understand now, Mesh. Could you summarize? Of course, leave it to me. Comparing it with proper human history all the time gets confusing. So the timeline of creating is ultimately one which only applies to this Lostbelt. History of Mictlan. Approximately 300 million years ago, Lostbelt originated Mala, attached to a meteor, falls onto Pangaea. Mala binds the continent together with its network of plants, the ages of dinosaur. Continues forever from here, the paradise that lasts approximately 100 million years. 16 million years ago, the first mass extinction event, the descendant of the meteor, Ort, is detected by Mala. The subterranean world Mictlan is created, the artificial sun is formed, life on the surface is evacuated into the subterranean world. The meteor Ort penetrates through the surface, descending onto Mictlan before launching into the bottom layer. However, Ort ceases activity. 20 million years ago, Mictlan's flourishing, the personal apes, the ancestor of mankind, were born in Mictlan. 6 million years ago, the fourth mass extinction event, Ort resumed activity. JP-rKyECtnz is born. Ort enters in activity. 1 year ago, proper human history culture leaks into Mictlan. The BGM character culture, the dinos respond. I'm still perfect now. Quite the feat, Mash. Oh no, compared to JP-rKyECtnz, this is nothing. I'm just mini Mash. By the way, what was it with the red text? Oh, that was added by JP-rKyECtnz. She said it was important. Still, now we finally understand that Ort really exists and also what kind of threat it is. Of course David would ask JP-rKyECtnz about this. Now we're finally on grounds with him in terms of information. No, I didn't talk about this with David. I tried to tell him about it, but he just said, I already conjecture as much. You don't need to elaborate. What? For real? But then what did David ask you about? Was it about where's Ort carcass was? No, he asked it, has the sun gone out at some point? Huh? When you say the sun, you mean the sun of the Mictlan, right? The artificial created one? Has it gone out? What does that mean exactly? The sun will go out, so it's resurrect using sacrifices. Oh, I thought for sure that was a recreation of the Aztec mythology, as spread by Tezcatlipoca. If it really has gone out, that explains why the faith held by the Okulumi is so strong. TV said something along the lines before the sun mission once entered into a period of dormancy. So JP-rKyECtnz, what do you mean tell you? Naturally, I told him nothing but the truth. When Ort became active 6 million years ago, the sun went out, with it later non-dino civilization. The country of the humans, the Ka kingdom, was wiped out. Huh? That's news to me. So the Khan kingdom wasn't a dino's country. So aside from Mexico City, in the far past, there was the other non-dino civilization. That's right, which is why I added red part to the part back where there was practical beings born. The human kingdom flourished for 100,000 years in Mictlan. Compared to the dinos, they were a weaker form of life, but their technology skills were very advanced. In closing years of the kingdom, they even created the airships, not unlike the snowboarder that you people employ. That is why we were able to oppose Orts. The Khan warrior modified their bodies to become unkillable and fought down to the very last soldier. And so they managed to successfully force Ort down into the bottom layer. Ort sank into the sea of magma. Emission light was taken back, however, the Khan kingdom was wiped out as a result. The ruined city that left behind was repurposed as Chichen Itza. Not that there are many dinos who knew about this story, perhaps the only one who does is Big Brother Tipu, who managed to uncover it all by his lonesome. The Khan warriors. Though dead didn't fall apart, they strengthened their bodies to the point they were able to endure for 6 million years. So that's why those ghosts were full of regrets and weariness. Is it quick? Were they all any survivors among the Khan? Did they really all die out? Not at all. There is still one remains alive. The last survivor and the one who defeated Ort 6 million years ago, the King of Khan. After going such extensive body modification, he couldn't even die and succumbed to madness. Even now, this bat continues to soar across the underworld. The King of Braves, Kamazotz, the Mad King who still continues to search for his surely long lost subjects. Before I show you what David has been up to, I need to prepare. Everyone please wait outside for a bit. Oh, excuse me, if you're going outside, could you be so kind to neutralize some of the mindless dinosaurs? So the Migi Pluke I'll be using for this ritual will attract them here. The swarm of mindless dinosaurs around Dome has been successfully chased away from the plateau back in the trees below. Tui said he'd be in front of us once the preparation were complete. Well, guess I'll take a little rest in the shadows of trees, some trees then. I want to sort out all the new information from before in my head. I'll go back to my basic state. I've been out this whole time, so I gotta save on some of this magical energy. Since everyone's getting a bit of rest on their own little way, we got this lake here and all. How do you feel about swim? You okay in the water, Kukulin? Well, why wouldn't it be? Water, land, skies, space. I'm adapted in every kind of environment. How about you, Chris? Bathing in the Nile River should go hand in hand. Oh. Reaction by Chris. She went in the dome. She had something she wanted to ask quick about, apparently. Oh, so that is where she went. JP-rKyECtnz is quite wise. I'm sure Nitty will get a good answer to her question. And speaking of JP-rKyECtnz, about her and Tipu, is their relation something like we perhaps call it a married couple or lovers? My, quite the nosy one, aren't you, Mash? Not that I blame you for getting curious. No, I didn't mean implying anything in particular. It just kind of seemed like that to me as all. Well, it'd be nice if it were like you said, but they've stayed friends for the entire time. JP-rKyECtnz isn't actually a dino, she just took the shapes of one. She is not meant to become a partner of or live together with mankind. Her was to watch over, no matter Mictlan from the beginning to end. No matter the circumstance, she can ever leave Mitsuzilin. TB used to be frustrated at the state of affairs in the past, and so searching for a way to set JP-rKyECtnz free. But he never succeeded. Why did he seclude himself in the first layer? I couldn't even begin to theorize as to why before, but now that it's taken human form, I think I understand. Tipu couldn't forgive himself for being a contented Dinos despite being unable to save JP-rKyECtnz. So, in punishment of his own helplessness, he began to researching on the concept of death at the far end of the world where nobody would interact with him. The concept of death, why? I'm not telling you everything. All girls got their secrets coming to a grown-up near you. Grown-up, Kukulet-kun. There's this thing, one thing that we've been arguing among ourselves about for a while now. Did you look like you do now, even back when you were born? The main kind of Mictlans are dinos, so wouldn't it be reasonable that its god would also be in the form of dinos? Are you trying to say I don't know left from right or something? Just kidding, don't worry. I know feelings and common sense are important, but I still don't quite get them. It's true I'm a god who came into being here, Intermission for sure. However, it's only just recently that I took this singular individual form. Before that, I was like a wind that only the dinos could perceive. I was nothing more than a doctrine of the sun. A year ago, when knowledge of proper human history was granted to us in Mictlan, we became aware of the concept of gods. As well as the fact the word Kukulkan indicated one such god, and at the moment I took this form. To give form to that which had never been seen, to regale stories which previously had only been sensations. To us that was enough of a shock to break the boundaries of the world. God is something only that cannot be born among an intelligent humanoid mankind. We should try to learn from such a form as well. And so before I knew it, I was spat out in Chichen-Itza. And naked too. Naked? Yeah, back then I had nothing, no sense of feelings, so I just went up and talked to the priest naked. It didn't take long before I realized that there was something bothering me. Then I thought, could it be that I'm doing something outrageous right now? When I did learn about what was considered normal in proper human history, and so in the blink of an eye, I sold the clothes of the dinos in front of me. Incidentally, that dino was Tipu. He had been secluding himself in the first layer, but he was the dinos well attuned to hearing us back when we were still nothing more than wind. Of course, the Okukan would do something like that. I try my hardest to forget all that ever happened, so please don't ask Tipu about it. Well, anyway, that's how I came to look like a human, an imitation of the Kukulkan of the proper history. JP-rKyECtnz is the archetype, and so she would never mature past the age of 1. I, on the other hand, am a god who was only recently born 1 year ago. After that, I discovered that little the boy Tizcalapoca close to Chichen-Itza, astride on dinos, playing king and servant with it. And so I had him become the king of Chichen-Itza for me. I meanwhile went to play around in Mexico City so I could experience the forefront of culture. I see, you are fascinated with city culture. I very much relate. I won't deny the possibility that I've been in the same position. I would have broken out of Kadea's base to go visit Ushuaia in the nearest town. Never mind. From what you just told us, Kukulkan, your essence lies not so much in being gods of the dinos. Rather, you were born from the creators of Mictlan, Mela as their representative. Archetype Mictlan, if you will, correct. Oh, if you count meteors as a type of a celestial body. That's right, which is why I get along so well with JP-rKyECtnz. Let's call her archetype Meta Earth, we're kindred, since neither of us could actually become the real one. The Watchers on the road you want to know Kamzats. Turn to your servants that way, is that right? Right. It is impossible that he be capable of creating altars through the use of command souls alone. He must have some kind of secret, some kind of ritual, something which allows him to change someone's being and bind their life. JP-rKyECtnz, you said that you observed everything that occurs in Mictlan, did you not? If so, you should be able to answer that question. What happens to your servants? What does one have to do in order to become a watcher of the underworld? Your results tells me that you imagine such a thing will prove necessary, ludicrous. Very well, allow me to recount things that I saw them transpire. How these proper human station underworld border became altar gods of Mictlan, despite already having their own underworlds. It's really smoky here, but my eyes don't sing at all. Sorry you kept keeping me waiting. The preparation are complete, and the Popo ritual can begin. I can see all the way from your 2nd to 8th layer, and yet Daybit proved to be an exception. It's only from the point of view of someone in observatory, but space he occupied has always been dark without light. It was as if he was there, yet not. As if he was there, yet imperceivable. As though his atomic density was exceedingly low, as though he were in a material hollow. In a material hole, like the mega-sized structures in space known as super voids. When they are right in front of you, they seem normal, but when observed from afar, they appear as nothing more than darkness. Has Daybit clad himself in such a filter? Even as an observer, I am not able to see what he is doing. Anything capable of knowing his action other than himself, as well as the time in Mictlan. Therefore, I want you to take a look at this time. Through this incense, the Popo ritual will commence, linking your consciousness with that of Mictlan. I'll set the time to be 1 year ago Metazilan. Close your eyes and surrender yourself to his silver. Where did David go after his chat with me, and what did he do? You should attempt to experience firsthand, as best you can, the actions he took during this 1 year period. The sun went out 100,000 years ago, and once more returned to Mictlan's sky. Impressive you resort to such extreme action, Mala. There is no benefit to clinging this stubborn subterranean world. That is not a question logical thinking anymore. Atonement towards the being yourself were responsible for eradicating the proper human history, perhaps. My thanks, JP-rKyECtnz. Is there anything you need? If there is anything, I can help provide it. No, then it's the last time we'll meet. I repaired the floodgates. Hire some smaller dinos, if not, this will keep falling apart forever. Really alone? You come alone, Cryptor. And you think you will be able to pass into my 4th underworld, to the cosmic tree of Mictlan, with nobody to guide you. And that's more like it. That is how human ought to be. I like alone, I love it. Then there's nobody to protect it. It's only about one's own strength, with no extras to watch out for. Nevertheless, curse me if you must. Abhor Mictlan if you will, for as long as council stands, none may enter the 9th layer. So want to go at it, Kamazos? I could do this twice over and over again if need be. No, our battles ends here. Your blood is just awful. Awful, awful. Only a champion may defeat a champion. I must acknowledge you have earned the right to step foot in Kalamug. However, a toll must be paid, Cryptor Daybit Samboy. Speak to me of your legends. I wish to know your methodologies. I may be in Mictlan's legends, the forgotten legends of how Ord was defeated 6 million years ago. It is no matter whether the legends of proper human history or superior to the legends of this Lostbelt. That's not what I asked. I simply wish to know whether or not I exist in your world as well. So this is it. I made it somehow. Ord is still vanquished, as expected, but that's due to the lack of fuel and nothing else. If I seal this wound using a large enough quantity of magic circuits, it will resume activity before long. That said, at the end of the year, the cosmic rays emitted from the bottom layer stop, so begins the underworld pilgrimage season. The next time I come here will be 1 year from now. I'll need to prepare until then. I suppose I'll summon someone. It may be a Lostbelt, but it's still Mictlan. It'll prove plenty as far as the Callus goes. Even if I don't count among mankind, I'll be able to summon a servant through the power of the land. One who will heed the call of men like me, one who stands above good and evil, and above all one who deems conflict virtuous. This Tezcala Polka, the Almighty, lend me your strength. Unbelievable. You were really desperate to defeat this dude's summoning that you went out of your way to create your own hot body to possess? Is this guy really so damn interesting? I know you're me and all, but man, talk about low standards for your trials. Well, whatever, if you're gonna side with him, I'll just throw in with the other guys. Logos decide which of us comes out on top. See ya then, Black Tezcala Polka. Go right ahead and dominate Mictlan with your proper human history knowledge. See if I care. Hey brother, what do you think about the Mexico range here? Actually got a different name for it. Though, it's 2017, for God's sakes, since we need to refer to it. Let's call it something more modern. You say that, but this is quite the traditional Aztec city. Do you not create any modern buildings? Nah, that was the one thing she adamantly refused. I'm the elder sibling here, so I ought to do what my little sister asked me to. Also got the ukulele together, but I'll need guns if we want to get the all-important dinosaur slaughtered. Right now we got some coins kinda let me, but I arranged for mass production on my end soon. Gonna get everyone some brand new blings, you know? You live up to the almighty name. Alright, I can at least count on you to realize everything that's currently possible. All that's missing is your rival. I apologize for not being able to change someone Quetzalcoatl. Lay it off with the shitty jokes. If you were all over again if Birdie were around. Though another one just as interesting showed up instead. The cuckoo Wulan born and bred in Mictlan. She'll prove for fun for a while. I got the underwater channel route down to Ort constructed a bit. We use the dino's heart sacrifices to Ort. A year will be enough. The wound will be healed plenty. Got the final candidate ready on my side as well. Planning to making him into me after the 1 year is up. 1 year to Tezcala Polka, understand, train and educate him well. Only someone with a resolute, sturdy allergy can become a command for Ort. Destroy this planet and will cleanse it of all traces of mankind. That's what this upcoming year is for. What about the other characters? Seems you got something else in mind compared to that so-called alien god. It doesn't matter, if Wulan is victorious, we'll just disappear alongside this Lostbelt. That's not an issue, I'll just make sure to do my duty. You got a problem with that Tezcala Polka? Then speak up, we can still change the course if you like. Why would I? Your plan is a shit. I always wanted to see this plan end at least once. Our war, our uppercuts, our banquet, it all starts now. Menace him. Hello, Akiro. Yes, it is Lostbelt 7. I have to confirm if what we saw just now was the same for everyone. That DB succeeded at the underworld pilgrimage, single-handedly that Ort corpse lies at the bottom layer of Mictlan. That the dino's hearts were being used to reactivate Ort, and that now is a year later. DB will once again head for the bottom layer and attempt to reactivate Ort. He intends to destroy Mictlan and Earth itself. The toxic gases that permeate throughout the 8th and bottom layers clear up for a few days once every year. In those few short days, David successfully carried out his underworld pilgrimage and now period approaching yet again. If we don't stop his second underworld pilgrimage, it means the mission will go under, and proper history will disappear alongside this planet. But why would we do that? Destroying even the Earth itself is practically tantamount to suicide. That is true. Yeah, I agree that is an issue we cannot afford to ignore. We now know what he's been up to and what he's after, and therefore what we need to do to stop him. That's the progress. Nevertheless, the question is why he wants to destroy the Earth is something we have to find the answer to. Even so, stopping David should be our top priority right now. Cuckoo and Itzquit, when will the toxic gas on the 8th layer and below cure up? Cuckoo can't. Oh yes, what is it? Sorry, I was a bit caught up in my thoughts. There's no precise way of telling when the toxic gases will clear up. All we know is that in a few days. No problem. Knowing that much is sufficient. D-Bit only has a single command spell remaining. He used up one battle against Kamazaz and another to reactivate Tezcala No Defense in Mexico City. And unlucky he tends to use the last one to revive Orts if he reaches the bottom layer will have been defeated. However, the underworld is still close. We explain the situation to the Dinos, they'll surely lend us a hand. Together with the Dinos, we can storm Mexico City, capture D-Bit, and so prevent Ort's survival. Yes, as long as we manage to convince the Dinosaur King, definitely. This isn't just about proper human history anymore. Because it is a battle to protect human order with the Earth survival on the line. Protecting the human order, stopping D-Bit. You're also brave. I didn't imagine you were capable of fighting against someone who took Kamazaz to a draw. Nevertheless, if it costs you your lives, it'll all be for naught. Don't push yourself too hard. How about you going and taking a look at how Chichen Itza's doing? D-Bit may perhaps not succeed and the Ort may perhaps not awaken, who knows? Even if the world would disappear, wouldn't it be your responsibility? So why not take it a little easier? No, we cannot afford to do that. I mean, this is a battle to protect the world. Huh? That the world would go under is nothing out of order, is it? We do not engage in conflict. We do not resist. We only obey. Thanks to that, we've been able to spend our days in peace for the last 6 million years. If the world goes under, then that is just its lifespan running its course. Right, Big Redder Tipu? Protecting the world merely because you don't want to die, engaging in a battle for such egotistic reasons, is just wrong, right? Even if all was to be wiped out because the world was destroyed, that's simply nature running its course and nothing to be sad about. All life is equal, there is no individual among it more special than the other. Death is impartial to all, and never treats one life form better than the other. So whatever happens, and whoever it may be, there is no need for such tremendous sadness. Want to protect something or someone. It's not enough reason to go to battle. That is not the way of life. It is wrong. She's not wrong, but also I was trying to make you all feel better. It seems to backfire. I'm sorry. Oh, that's true. You don't have to think so much about it. Even David doesn't weaken Ort. Mictlan's end is nigh. Huh? What do you say? Excuse. Big Brother, did you not tell them? Mictlan's sun will soon reach its limit. Once 10 more cycles have passed, the sun will explode and will go all extinct. Mictlan's world where destruction has long ago been predetermined. We see, all Dinos know this, actually. Bingo. Hmm? Yay!
Yeah.
I was just not to ascension her to 90.
Master は基礎能力向上。そろそろ。Sure subs Okiloto, I know you're hiding here. We Dinos have sensory abilities incurable to you, filthy monkeys. Myself alone could wipe out the 6 of you over there in the blink of an eye. You came alone as promised. Very well, I always respect your wishes, head priest if you could. Word sent down, we shall now hold a discussion between kings. What is it? Is it too soon to call you king, or do you perhaps not yet have such resolve? No, that's not. I am king, yes. I am the one worthy of ruling over the Dinos. Cuckoo cannot be trusted. The same goes for the king she has chosen. The Dinos are Mictlan's most preeminent species, the ideal mankind created by Mela. The Ukalimis, on their hands, are nothing mere than subhumans receiving not the slightest protections from Mela. Under ordinary circumstances, we wouldn't even be having this discussion nevertheless. If your goal is to extend Mictlan's lifespan, then I shall knowingly resort to even such folly. Izikali, king of Okulumi, if you claim that you can truly save the sun, then I will give you the solar energy, I'll give you the JP-rKyECtnz, and I'll even give you the proper human ship. What do you say? That should be, please take care of it. Not. I'll give you it, shouldn't it? Regardless, that goes without saying, Mictlan has no need for 2 capitals. I will leave a few dinos alive, however, JP-rKyECtnz will be razed to the ground. It is a remnant of the Kan Kingdom. Those subhumans, as you call them, used their intellect to construct it so they could survive in Mictlan. It is not right that it should be used by your race, who possesses everything you yet require nothing. So be it. I will issue a false order to the fighters over at the Great Plains. I leave the rest in your hands. Breach the castle walls and assault the altar grounds. What about the ship? Can you carry it? Ah, that. We don't need it. We turn to scrap right where it lies. With proper human history as our enemies, the goddess Tialok is bound to appear. It seems the master of Chaldea is absent, a shame. I want to shatter his hopes and previews right before his very eyes. Staying at Tipu's hermitage was an excellent idea. Here there is no chance of anyone seeing you, and departing for the surface is a tribal matter.
Even Mictlan were destroyed, it won't pose any danger as long as we leave the Lostbelt. We need to make sure that the future of Ort destroying the planet is not realized. However, we'll leave the surely desperate efforts of serving Ort up to myself and him. Afterwards, you can merge with Ort. As the alien god, you ought to remain here and recover while watching over the playing field from on high. Your console isn't needed for every single thing, Rasputin. I had intended as much from the start. My memories still aren't completely restored, but I grasp what I am. The only enemies capable of opposing me in this Lostbelt are Kukulkan, Ort, and Kamazotz. Most likely he is born in this Lostbelt. We had best to leave him to Chaldea. He will surely be able to defeat the god of death once and for all. Though of course only after much bereavement. It appears Koen's-kai got the short end of the stick. By the way, I didn't notice this before, but this place, it feels strangely uncomfortable. It has a similar feel to it as the underworld borders do. What did Tipu research here? Sure, I suppose I never told you about it. In the world of Magecraft, there are certain things known as mystic eyes. Mystic eyes can see the flows of magic energy, time, luck, and a variety of other things. Maybe among them, the most extraordinary ones are the mystic eyes of depth perception, or Tsukihime. It is a numerous fundamentality by which something life in existence, no matter what it may be, can visually perceive and made definite. Here in this Lostbelt, the one who possesses them is Tipu, though the power held by his mystic eyes themselves is very faint. I see. Doesn't that really matter then? Regardless of the kind of mystery dinos may have, it's all pearls before swine. For some reason, for someone of a species that lacks the will to fight, eyes like that will only bring him misery. Anyway. Wait, what is going on? Why am I getting this kind of reading from the third layer? Did you detect something? Your loss of composure is quite unexpected coming from the alien god, after all. It's the Okulimi. A large army of Okulimi are moving into the third layer. Could it be their intent to lay siege to Chichen Itza? I see. Since Kukulkan is currently accompanying Yuki, Chichen Itza doesn't have much left to defend. This Kalapoka must have seen it as a golden opportunity. The hospitality you received at Chichen Itza has in some ways indebted you to them, but that only applies to how you were when you had amnesia. The battle between the dinos and Okulimi has nothing to do with ours. Right now you're alien god. I'm sure you understand that better than anyone else does. For the sake of pending human order compilation, I implore you not to make any rash decisions. Okay, I guess it's good for now.